want to
for
talk about
Streak.
it. No,
We have to literally wait for a rest so that Streak gets 3 health points back, and then one of us can heal Streak once.
Okay.
And then we have to wait for another rest because, again, once we heal Streak, they're back at maximum stress.
Yeah, at first it really feels like system strain doesn't matter. Then it begins to matter.
I would like to begin this session by immediately taking a 10-hour nap.
I want to just deal 1 damage to myself and end this.
Honestly, yeah.
Oh.
I was so close. God damn it. Take me out.
Streak stubs their toe on the way to set up camp. Keels over.
Streak just starts walking down like the wooden pathway and just trips. He like tears his foot open on like an exposed nail or something. And that's how he dies of fucking tetanus out in the wilderness.
Honestly,
that would be the Streak way to go.
That would be the Streak way to go.
Not gunned down in a blaze of glory, just fucking stubs his toe and gets tetanus.
Yep.
Oh. I wish I could stub my toe and get tetanus.
No, you don't.
No, I don't.
It's not hard.
When I was like 12, me and my friend were like climbing on like all of this like wood that was on the side of my house from like a bunch of work that people were doing. I don't know, like there was like a lot of like neighborhood work, like it was a whole thing. And I was like wearing like these big thick flip-flops and I was climbing on this like stack of wood and my foot got stuck and I looked down and there was a nail sticking up out of the top of my foot. It went through like my 1.5-inch thick flip-flop and then all the way through my foot and up the top. And it didn't hurt that I remember, but it was very spooky that, like, I just saw a nail coming up the top of my foot.
Yeah, that's not fun.
I had to go get a tetanus shot. That was cool. I remember telling my friend, I was like, hey, can you go get my mom? Oh, it was fun. Anyway, that's the story of how I nearly got tetanus. I mean, I guess technically, like, depending on, like, your definition of got tetanus, like...
Getting a tetanus shot is getting tetanus.
Yeah. Yeah, so, you know, and I think I still had, like, an active one, but, like, they were like, you should re-up it, and I was like, fucking okay. It's not a very interesting story, but it's my story.
It's horrifying.
I don't have a scar from that somehow. Don't know that either.
Small enough puncture wound. It just.
I guess, yeah.
Terrible.
Like, it's wild. It went all the way through my foot, and I don't have a scar or anything. So anyway, that's the story of tetanus. Tetanus, the god of nails. After making your way further and further, ever eastward on your journey to Fortun Isol, fighting strange tree and uncomfortable friend, your dangers seem to have found a high after you accepted a job to go to Riverstone Keep. And here at Riverstone, there was a lot. Strange, pseudo-dead people. A entity of some past variety. Strange wisps of energy and light. And a woman who had been there for a long time. Of course, you snuck, you snooked, you sneaked, and you snookered your way through this keep. I couldn't think of a fourth tense for sneak. But eventually, after pilfering everything, getting into fights, and agreeing that there must be something down there, and... well, Strieg looks like shit. If we can get to Fortun Isol even a day faster, it's probably worth it. You went into the basement, and, well... it went as you expect when these things happen. A strange fight with a giant, massive, corporeal entity of ghostly... like. Me pausing to sip for water in the middle of a recap, so professional. And eventually, the defeat of that strange entity, which rose back your new ally, Mira, into something resembling real consciousness, not the need to communicate via strange arcane earrings with strange, inexplicable rules to them. But you spend a little while patching yourselves up, agreeing to what's next, and making your way further into this collapsed cave system in the basement. It eventually took you out through an opening and furthermore into a very tenuous cliffside with lots of very uncomfortable and dangerous entities all anew. Harpies attacking, rain, fog, all manner of horrible things. Quite literally out of one pan and into yet another fire. A day of rest would have to wait. After dealing with the harpies and finding what might be the most decrepit bridge in the history of decrepit bridges, you decided being ready, having your wits about you, and hopefully not having to deal with the wind and rain would make it that much easier. But crossing this bridge led to all new dangers. That is a very arcanely gifted Strieg running up and down the side of this mountain into the forest below, and then up the other side with a little bit of help from Henriette. Of course, that only after the bridge collapsed, but you all made it relatively safely. And found on the other side a large, fairly dangerous, and seemingly very aggressive species of cockatrice. Wanting to avoid this and maybe try and at least get a break from something, you snuck around and then you saw a cave entrance and inside something glowing blue. And you flew in. And here in this cave, you found strange turquoise glowing mushrooms, a massive skull of a dragon, and what seemed like a strange altar that you later learned seemed to be for the dragon or rituals for a dragon to hatch an egg or some such. But when you began your very much signature fucking around, all it found for you was danger. As the draconic skull came to life and emitted a, while not true to life, still very large apparition of a dragon. A fight that nearly found you all dying and found Strieg clinging to life with little, very little, keeping him on the right side of it. But this man in tattered robes that had seemingly seen Frey while Frey was trying to see the past, see what had been. He had arrived, helped with the fight, and the end result? Maybe, just maybe, an explanation to what the fuck is going on. So, as you sit here licking your wounds from a battle against something that doesn't even exist anymore, something that seemingly couldn't have, a man in tattered robes who came out of nowhere and fought on your behalf, ducking into his tent, leaving you all alone at least for a moment in this strange cave. I ask unto you all. Mira, Garrett, Rowan, Frey, and Strieg, What are you guys doing?
I mean, I'd like to take a look at Mira and see if we can do anything about those wounds that she got while punching a dragon skull.
How much system strain does Mira have? Hopefully not much.
1 sec. Let me ask Robert a question real quick.
Okay.
Alright, mechanics questions, because, you know, the fun of not being D&D means everything has to be asked twice.
There's...
Notwithstanding, Garrett heads over and... Yeah. How is Mira looking exactly, besides the, you know... everything going on, I guess?
Very frazzled and upset. I think I mentioned that she's not really bleeding as much as you might expect. She'll, like, look up at Garrett as he approaches and, like, her eyes are very big.
Well, that was something we had there. You did well. Thank you for helping with all that. I'm sure this has been quite a surprise for you, seeing as how you've kind of done nothing for the last 11 years, and now all of a sudden you're hanging out with us, and we're dealing with harpies and smoke dragons.
It's better than sitting in a basement, I guess.
Yeah. Let me, if you're okay with it, I'd like to take a look, see if there's anything we can do to bind up any of your wounds, or just see how you're doing, see if we can get you feeling a little better there.
She kind of gets a little shifty and, like, scooches away a little bit. I don't actually think that you can help me, but I'll be alright. I'll be fine.
Okay. That's fine if you don't want. I just, you know, a little bit of first aid experience from being in the brigade, but if you want help, let me know. Otherwise, I'll check in with everyone else, see how they're doing here.
It's not that I don't believe you. I just... It's hard to explain.
That's fine.
I'll be fine. I'm fine.
Okay. Okay. So that... Alright. I'll also want to check in if anyone else wants any healing, depending on what their system strain is at.
So I think while Garrett was talking to Mira, Frey would have, because Frey is still, like, next to Strieg, just kind of looking at him, this uncertain expression on his face, a little tense, and he just asked, "Do you know what happened to you? What happened to you?"
It hurt a lot. And I think I might have died for a second. But now I'm not dead.
And you don't remember anything between that?
It was really dark. And I couldn't really see anything except myself. But it was dark and it hurt a lot. And I was here and I was throwing up. And it still kind of hurts a lot.
Well, I'm glad you're back now. And he'll take a small step back as he sees Garrett approaching.
So Garrett will just kind of come over, just wanted to check in with everyone. Streak, I'll be honest, I don't know what I can do to patch you up right now. I think the big thing you need is some rest. See what we can do about that.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna sit right here for a while and just take a nap, maybe.
All right.
Everything
There's
kind of
any-
hurts.
Yeah. Do you want some water or something? Garrett offers his water sling.
I'll probably like sip a little and rinse my mouth out because I still taste black
Yeah.
shit, and then just hand it back.
All right. If you need anything or anything changes, let me know. Let someone know.
Thanks.
Checks in Frey and Rohan. Anyone healing? How are we doing? Anyone want to talk about anything that happened? I'm not a licensed therapist, but I've seen some shit.
Ray, well, I'm, still feeling some of that hurting from whatever it was the dragon breathed on us.
That was some kind of toxic cloud thing.
But yes, Frey, out of character, would like some healing.
Okay, here we go. Let's get a 2. Oh no, we got a 7. All right, that
Oh,
works.
big
Oh.
healing when the system straightens high. That might be the
Okay.
first like super clutch roll Garrett's had for one of these.
And I only have 10 HP total.
Well, actually, the other day, Garrett basically also rolled a 7 on himself when he was healing himself. But not anyone else. Everyone else, it's like under 4.
So, how is Garrett treating scratchy throat?
That is a very good question.
He's going into the
Make some
fucking
real
herb
quick tea.
pocket.
Yeah.
we're basically we're brewing up some tea, and when I was a kid, my mom always made this for me when I had a sore throat, so hopefully it'll help a little bit. It's a little bit of it's basically just Ricola but in a liquid form.
What a mood to like kill a dragon and then have a tea party.
Yeah, Frey just kind of like sinks down to the ground to just rest and drink his tea. And is that tattered figure, like, where is that other person?
He headed into the
He's in the
tent. That was the last thing you
tent.
saw of him.
Okay.
I finally put walls on the tent so you can't see in from the side.
Yay. Rohan, how are you doing over there?
I think I'm okay. I think probably I need sleep more than anything.
Okay.
I feel like if you help me now and then I go down, then I'll be dead. So,
Right.
I'd rather hold off
those
for now.
mushrooms seem to put a little extra pep in your step. Same with Henrietta there. Do you think, depending on what we decide to do here, that you'd be able to cover the whole group with invisibility in a couple casts, maybe help sneak by those cockatrices when we go out?
I think so.
Okay.
Can I eat one of the mushrooms and see if does it still work, or is it like a one-time thing, or?
Munching on some mushroom?
Yeah.
I mean, over the course of a couple minutes, munch on some mushroom and...
Amazing. Okay, great. Yes, I think I can do that.
Okay. I think
also-
that might be a good idea.
Yeah. I'm also gonna turn to Mira and just be like, by the way, you definitely fully saved my life there. So, thank you. Obviously, I would already do whatever to help you, but you know, I owe you my life. So, whatever you need, I'm your guy. If it's within my power to do so. Thank you.
I imagine her just pointing at me like, hand me a gun. Give me all your money.
She is a nice girl, Robert.
I was just trying to think of like the thing that Rowan would just find so objectionable.
Well, here's the thing.
Give me that cool
I'll give her the
crossbow.
gun.
Give me that cool
Oh.
crossbow.
All she's
She
got to do
already
is
did that, and she didn't
she's
do
gotta-
anything with it.
she's just got to cock her arms, and then she's already got 2 loaded guns.
Yeah.
Oh god, I
I'll
forgot
give her-
about that stupid gift.
I'll give her any of the weapons she
Anyway,
wants.
she just sort of like smiles bashfully and nods.
Great. I'm really tempted to go bug this guy because he's clearly a very powerful mage, but he also was not super fond of us. So
I mean, at the very least, I think we probably should thank him again for helping us, even if it's just from outside the tent, just like a hey, thanks again, whatever. But you know, if there's anything we can do to make amends for our accidental awakening of the smoke dragon,
yeah.
might not necessarily be a bad thing to offer.
Agreed.
Are you guys having this discussion in character or out of character?
I was intending to have it in character.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Frey would pipe up and say, I have some questions for him. I'd like to speak with him.
Yeah, great.
All right. Well,
Do we
why
want to
don't
bug
we?
him now? I feel like he might. Do we want to sleep here, or do we want to like? Are we planning to like keep moving? Because
I think
you know.
that if we do sleep in the cave before we head out again, even though we basically just woke up, I think our best bet would be to set up an alternative part of the cavern,
Sure.
not directly in this guy's camp. I feel
Sure.
like that would be a little rude, but otherwise, I think if we do decide to, I think our options are basically we try to go now and sneak past the monsters out there quietly best we can. There's probably been hopefully the fight with the dragon didn't attract them. Hopefully it gave them some time to settle down from when the bridge collapsed, and we can sneak out, especially if Rohan can make us all invisible. Otherwise, our other option, I think, is to set up and maybe wait for cover of night. And again, with the invisibility, it might help as well. Well, if we're invisible, we're invisible. But either way,
I mean, these things were awake all night too, because that's why we
that's
found
some
out
of them
about it,
were
so,
awake. True.
yeah. I mean, maybe they wouldn't be able to see us as well, but also, I guess if we're invisible, then maybe that doesn't matter.
Right. If we're invisible, they can't see us anyways. They might smell us one way or the other.
I mean, if Rohan, correct me if I'm wrong, but your invisibility breaks if you do anything restful, won't it? So
Yeah.
wouldn't you only be able to cast it on only some of us at a time?
You're right. I keep forgetting. You're right.
No, no, because the thing is, you don't cast it
Yeah.
on yourself. You cast it on three. You cast it on half
But-
the group, and then the second spell, you cast it on the other half,
Oh.
including yourself.
Okay, wait. Now I need to. Okay. Good
Oh,
point.
so is it only the people who are invisible where it breaks? So
Yeah,
it doesn't
if you
matter what
cast
Rohan
the
himself
spell
does if he casts
once
it
spoken
on other people?
I
Oh, no,
think
that would
seems
still-
like it's correct.
But no, it breaks if a subject performs a violent motion.
Yep.
So if you don't
he
cast
would
it
just
on
have to cast it
yourself-
on himself in the second batch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yes. Okay.
That's why I was kind of thinking about the mushrooms, because if you use your spell slots to make us invisible, eat some mushrooms, you get your spell slots back.
Oh yeah. Can I? Obviously, I don't want to like clear out all the mushrooms here. Like, I'm assuming this guy is doing some stuff, or if nothing else, like they're some kind of naturally occurring, whatever treasure. But like, can I collect some amount of this to like have stored and use in the future? I guess I don't know if it like maintains its
Potency.
magiciness, but yeah.
I mean, you can try. I believe I described it, but like after you start cutting into it and like eating it shortly after, the glow kind of goes away.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Makes
you can
sense.
try.
All right.
Does the glow go away from the whole mushroom or just from the part that was cut?
The part that was cut.
Okay.
Can I take? Well, this seems rude, but can I like try to cut a mushroom like at the stem or whatever, like low enough that I don't know, like I'm trying to take the whole thing basically, just see if I can.
You're gonna try and take a whole one off?
I just want to try. Yes.
Okay.
How big
big
are
are
the
they?
mushrooms?
Yeah. It seems
the
like there's some
biggest
smaller
ones are probably like 4 or 5 feet in diameter. The smallest ones are maybe a foot and a half.
Okay, still pretty big, but yeah, I'm gonna try to get one of the smallest ones, I guess, and see if.
A small one, you know, the size of like a pizza.
Yeah, I mean, just wanna see if it will maintain its glowiness, and then.
And then
Maybe I
also
can do
is
something
the
with it.
stem where all the good stuff is, or it all in the cap?
You begin to just kind of like slowly kind of like remove it. It takes a couple of minutes. You do it as carefully as you can. I'm not gonna make you roll anything for it, but you're able to kind of like cut the stem off as far in as you can. It still seems to be glowing,
Amazing. Okay.
at least faintly.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I don't know, I guess I'm just carrying a mushroom now. But
Don't let Henrietta have it.
oh, you're totally right. But okay, that's fine. I don't think I'm gonna like have this forever, but at least, maybe until we get out of this pass or something, we can have something while I'm invisible if needed.
Carrying a 25-pound mushroom.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you want to? I mean, it is
say
pretty
we-
early still, like you said. So
I say we ask if our benefactor there is willing to talk a little bit,
yeah. Okay.
um,
Yeah.
and then go from there.
Sure. Works for me.
Yeah, Frey, once he's done with his herbal tea, he's gonna head over.
I will be here
Oh.
napping, thanks.
I'll go with Frey.
Is the tent flap closed?
Yes.
Okay.
Kind of hang like far enough back that I'm not like ambushing, like ganging up on him, but
Close
like,
enough that they can
within
see
earshot.
with your light.
Yeah.
Just-
Yeah, so Frey will he's not gonna go and try and like open the flap or anything. But he will lean forward a little and ask, apologies, but I was wondering if may we speak?
Taken years and years of work. Broken it. Through everything.
Well, perhaps there's a way we could help make that up to you, though I can
You-
hardly understand.
You hear shuffling, and about 30 seconds later, the flap gets thrown open, and he just kind of like shoves you back. Like, not physically, but enough that like he crowds your space and you're kind of forced to back up.
Okay.
And he just kind of gives you this look. I have spent so long trying to accept, trying to believe there's another.
I'm sorry, what's he saying? Trying to something.
Believe that there is another.
Believe that there is another. Okay.
Yes.
Another
But here
what?
we are. Still. Goading, dragging, binding. And you all walk in here. I found a place so far away from everything where I would not be disturbed. And yet, he grits his teeth and just, he doesn't even seem angry. He just seems frustrated and despondent at this point.
Were you trying to contain the smoke dragon spirit thing, or I just...
What you
I
saw
think
was
I
what was
understand.
left of a dead dragon.
Right.
I was trying to use it to goad out, bind, learn something. At this point, he like turns to Rohan and just, what are you doing with that?
With what?
He motions to the fucking pizza-sized mushroom in your hand.
Well, we are at some point going to be traveling through a fairly dangerous pass outside, as you know, and I thought it might be useful just for the sake of getting through the pass.
They will not
I
help
tried to
you,
think-
Age. They've been cultivated over the years. Decades of research. But for me to perfect them, they cannot. Here, all of this is perfect for them to grow, and even then, they must be carefully cultivated. In a few minutes, they will be nothing. They will be sugar and water in a pie crust for you.
Have you been the one who has created these?
Yes. There are many arcane eccentricities to my research. I would never get it done without enough.
I'm gonna ask him in Raychlorian, is that something you'd be able to teach me or us? We'd be happy to help you in whatever way we can in return. Obviously, we've interrupted, messed up, destroyed your research, but if there's anything we can do to help. Do you have I was looking at the notes, and this is all I'm saying in Raychlorian, so I guess like you guys probably don't understand anything I'm saying, but like I was looking through your notes and I sort of hold up the notebook that I found earlier and say it looks like, if I'm understanding correctly, you're trying to hatch a dragon egg or something like that. Do you happen to have one?
I do.
Okay.
I happen to have many. He kind of at this point just... He doesn't ignore the rest of your question, but he like answers it backwards. From, like, as you stated it, he then answers like backwards, end to beginning.
What was the last thing he said?
Regarding
Just now, I think your audio cut out a little.
loving this. I don't know why, because like my feedback is saying it's perfect. Like I've got my my monitor up and it's saying it's too loud.
Huh.
I'm assuming it's a Discord thing.
And it seems to be whenever you're doing his voice.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, that's very funny.
Doesn't like Scottish accents. Discord is
Anyway,
racist.
either way. So, yeah, what I have and do not have is none of your business. I have many things that I've acquired over many years in order to be able to figure this out. He just kind of like frustratingly wipes his brow and turns away and looks back again after a moment. There are so many things that you can't begin to. I was a botanist. Pauses for a second. I was a botanist back in Raylast for a number of years. For all of this.
What's your name?
Aramast Vane. You must know.
Okay.
Is this all still in Rayclarian on your side?
Yes.
Then
But
it's all
I
in
think I am gonna
Rayclarian from him too.
I think I am going to turn to them, to Garrett and Frey, and say his name is, and repeat his name for them.
I will give you guys a spelling on that.
Thank you.
And I'll also say, like, he was a botanist in Raylas before this.
Raylast being the Rayclarian capital.
Cool.
Like the main capital on the other side of the continent.
Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, I think I'll switch back to Parisian at this point and say, it sounds like you obviously have put a lot of work and care into this, and I'm sorry that we've barged in and sort of ruined this. That definitely.
Do not blame for your... He considers his words very carefully. And you can see him like going over how he wants to phrase what he's going to say next, before finally, I do not blame you for your intrusion. I am only frustrated that I could not have been here to stop it. Been here to
understand.
end this before it began.
Is the thing that you have lost just the dragon skull? Is there other work that
Its being,
Is there
its
something that
soul
would have to
was
be removed?
bound to the skull. That was the last vestige of it, held to this coil.
So was that unique to this skull, or if you were to find another dragon skull, is that something that you would
I do not know.
be able to use? Okay.
This one was... He considers for a second, and then does not finish his line of thought.
Yeah.
And then he like cocks like a his head sideways and kind of turns towards you, Rowan, and in Rayclarian again. You are not, and he just motions to your face in general. Yet you speak it with. You're very adept.
Thank you. I'm Patrician. I worked under the Rayclarians for many years.
He kind of just looks you up and down, and you're a mage.
Yes.
He just kind of like, he doesn't dismiss it all, but he seems like he's finished his line of thinking, and then changes back to Parisian, and you're He motions towards Mira and Strieg. Your friends, they're okay.
I think they will be.
Yeah.
I was hoping you might actually be able to tell me about. And he looks towards Strieg a moment. Whatever you did to bring him back, do you know what that was?
And what we need to look out for, you said if we see it coming back.
Whatever that was. I don't know. But it was... And he says with, like... he almost loses his accent as he says just... Umbral. That was not... that dragon. It was not some umbral fiend. Some entity. There's something else there. I know not what we have done. Perhaps that is why I have failed for so long. I had an unwanted visitor. Dealt with it at a cost. Perhaps there will be a time, years in the future, where I will be thanking you for everything. For giving me a new line of thought, a new order of belief, a new reason. Can offer little more than pleasantries. I tend to small. I just kind of pauses and shakes his head. I tend to small and my rations are for but one man. And I would expect that you are not here on a journey of pleasure, and you are in need of... He pauses for a moment. And you can see, like... this guy probably doesn't talk to a lot of people. And, like, it's... like, things that would normally, like, occur to someone are only just starting to occur to him, and he just... What are you doing here? In mountains, in the middle of nowhere, far from everything.
There was a keep nearby that we were asked to look for some sentimental items in. Is from the survivors of the keep when it fell to the Umbrai. While we were there, our friend who you helped was attacked by some kind of weird giant blood spider thing, and it appeared to have poisoned him. The survivors of the original assault, when they hired us to go back, told us that there was a secret path, escape route from the keep that led through the mountains to Fortun Isol, and we figured that was probably the quickest way to get somewhere where we could have someone who would be most likely used to magical maladies to take a look at our friend and heal him rather than going the long way around. And that's how we ended up here. We were hiding from the monsters outside when we found your encampment, and we're just kind of looking around before everything happened. So we do apologize for trespassing, and again for disrupting your research and everything, and again thank you for helping out with uh, the dragon and with healing our friend. We do really appreciate it, and if there's anything we can do to help you in return. You'd mentioned that you had meager supplies. Maybe if there's anything that we had on our donkey that you might be interested in, or if there's anything that you would like brought to you or something, or taken from here and brought to someone else, or whatever.
We have some fairly useless magical items that you might be interested in as a mage.
I didn't mean to laugh. I wasn't ready for you to offer him your garbage.
It's not garbage. It's a torture device that we just haven't used yet.
His eyebrow kind of raises a little bit at that, and he again gets that curious look and cocks his head to the side. What do you mean? Useless magical devices?
I'll just pull out literally everything. Just like, I'm like, well, here is a pillow that, you can put your head on it. You'll see what it does.
Nothing.
He doesn't
like,
touch it, mind you. Like, he is willing to observe. He does not seem interested in touching this pillow.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not gonna like poison you or anything. It just it whispers constantly.
Yeah, not very pleasant things. We have this mirror, and I'll pull out the periscope mirror and just sort of show him, like, you can see what the person holding it is looking at. And I'll also pull out the Dreamer's Anchor, which I have not yet had a chance to use, and be like, and this item, if you sleep with it, then it allows you to control your own dreams, or possibly those of others nearby.
Wait, I don't. Where did you get that from? I don't remember that.
That's from Thaddeus's wagon.
Oh yes. Okay.
The jewels that Greymane tried to stop us from getting.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, those are the ones that I would be willing to part with, to be honest. We have a couple of others that are useful enough that I'd like to keep them.
He just holds a hand up and then shakes his head.
Okay.
I have meager supplies, but they are enough for me. More than that, I am in need of more. I would wager that what I have here is not going to be enough.
More what?
More is all he said. More everything.
Yeah.
I do not believe that from here on out, this is the way to continue research. Going in circles, I lost a key part of the rituals. I need to leave this place. In someplace else, someplace safe. Out of the way. Shrugs again. I doubt we will ever see each other again.
If we ever found something that would be of use to your research, would there be a way that we could attempt to get notice to you?
He looks around and...
Obviously, you're kind of in the middle of nowhere, and that's, I'm sure, part of your next location.
Just
But
address your packages to Cave in Nowhere. They will find it, I'm sure. And he
Yes.
cracks the slightest hint of a smile.
all right.
Either way, as I said, my research will take me elsewhere in the near future. What has been lost and gained, and as he says lost, he does look over at the two graves. Is not without reprieve and acceptance. I do not know the Three Kingdoms well. I know... Pauses for a moment. Is Alasir still... Pauses again. Did they come back?
Did Alice here come back, or did the
Rayclaw.
Raycloud? I mean, Raycloud is still,
After the first invasion, Roxxon, did they come back?
Did
they try
stopped.
again?
They didn't try again, so far. They're still south of Alasir.
Then is Alasir safe to my kind, Rayclaw?
It's a pretty open city.
I don't think they
Does
love them, but I don't think you would be in danger.
So Frey, who has lived all his life in Alasir, does he know anything about like any particular activity of Raycloud in Alasir?
I mean, there is a portion of Alasir on the western side that is literally called Raycloud Town. So,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, after the invasion and everything, they, like, tensions were bad for a while, but they got a lot better. And for the most part, as long as you don't go sticking your neck into the Four Kingdoms to the North's business, you're probably gonna be okay.
Okay. Yeah, Frey will say, Alasir is... It's safe enough. Especially once you learn who to mingle with, who to avoid. But if you keep your nose down, your business your own, you can thrive there.
Only looking for a place for supplies, but the information is good. It has been a long since I have seen a city, a town. And he kind of looks and this many.
Well, if you're looking for a place to resupply, you could perhaps join us as we travel to Fortun Isol. It's much closer than Alasir.
Is it? I think maybe we're, I guess, halfway between.
I appreciative, but it will be days, at least, perhaps weeks, perhaps even months before I leave this place. There is much I need to organize, write down, clean my findings, make sure that they are without question, that I am accurate in my research before I may leave.
Will you be able to get out of here safely? With the, all the things outside, hunting and stuff?
Whether I do or not is not of your concern now, is it?
I mean, I'll be concerned, but that's fine. You can...
Keegan cracks a slight hint of a smile at that. You need not concern yourself with my will. I'm able to take care of myself and avoid anything that would wish me dead. But two considers and rephrases. I would smite anything that would see me.
Ray gives a small smile. I have all the time you've lived out here. I have no doubt you know how to navigate these lands better than us.
And yet I have never seen someone stare into my mind like you did. I was curious, Brave Rock.
Ray, he glances away a moment, a bit of tension going through him, and he says, I did hope to ask you a bit about that and he glances over at Garrett and Rohan in private, if I could, if you would be willing.
I'll just like take the hint, just like nod at both of them and just sort of walk away.
Same. I'll head back over this way.
I'm just gonna lie down here and put my head on a mushroom, try to go to sleep.
Start a half-eaten mushroom that Henrietta was already working on.
Absolutely.
Oh. All right. So in private, would you like me to kick everyone else out?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. So Frey will he'll step a little closer over this way.
Yep.
I'll admit that has never happened to me before. A lot of these things I've been experiencing lately haven't happened to me before, but how did you know my name?
I saw you in my mind. Saw you. Not
but you
just
don't-
see you, but I understood. He pauses for a moment and considers. You can tell like he's trying to find words. Like words obviously come much quicker and clearer and more specific to him in Rayclarian rather than Pharisian.
Frey is very patient.
You are Amandir Sin.
What did he say? You are among.
Amandir Sin.
I can't make out what you're saying.
I
Sorry.
did spell it as well, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good luck making that one out. You
Okay.
recognize it as Rayclarian and little more.
What does that mean?
Seer of the dead, past, the fallen. It is another, you may see, you may hear, you may feel. It is another, something else you may sense.
He gives a slow nod at that, kind of glancing back towards the graves. I felt something from them as well.
You will
They
feel
were your
much from
companions?
many. Something like that. Who they were is no matter anymore. We had a pact to see this through, and I must do so.
Does he seem like personally Does it seem like he was close to them? Like when Frey looks at him and listens to how he speaks of them.
Give me a wisdom notice.
Okay.
There's a fondness in his voice, but it's much more like fondness for like a good work colleague than like losing a brother or a wife or something.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. I can't even imagine what it must have been like than being alone up here all this time.
Loneliness allows you to think. Not distracted by drivel and idle conversation. Thoughts are more organized and quiet.
He gives a small smile at that. I suppose I can. I suppose that was most welcome with your research, your goals, but I don't even know how to ask what was on my mind.
Do be careful with your gift, Raverock. By opening yourself up to understanding things, you are still opening yourself up. If what you are trying to understand still yet beats, it will notice. It will notice you.
It will what?
Notice you.
Notice you.
Much like I did. I have not met another Amandir seen in very long.
What happened to the others? The ones
Crossing
you had
paths.
known.
There is no... We were not some group, some family. They were just others. There is a habit that, much like I found you, or you found me, in a crowd, a little bit of focus, and one will find. So long as there is no ill intent, I'm sure there are no issues. Do not know a lot about these. Only what I have been able to learn, what was taught to me. Dead speak. We are just gifted to listen, Raverock.
I hear them. I see them sometimes. But if you're like me as well, I mean, sometimes, do you ever lose time? Do you ever lose moments?
He ponders, considering. What do you mean, lose time?
There are times when I black out, when I've clearly been active. I've been. The others, they've said that I don't know, made things appear, but I don't remember any of it. I just feel cold coming out of it.
Letting something else in. The more you do this, more you mind will not be your own. Shared by a legion. Creatures that have found fates in aeons past.
He looks a little stricken at the idea. Just like this flash of panic. How do I stop it then?
He considers for a second. How do you stop thinking, Braverock?
He gives a small laugh, and you don't. The more you try not to think, the more you end up doing exactly that.
There is but one way to stop hearing, but one way to stop seeing, but one way to stop thinking, but one way to stop noticing. The decision is the more you do it, perhaps you will get more of a hand on it. Perhaps you will not. Speak of gifts of the Amandir seen far beyond my own. My gifts of the arcane are through my faith, not my sins. As yours seem to be.
He gives a slow nod, though he hardly seems comforted by any of this. So that's it then. Either figure out how to gain control, or he just kind of lets that trail off.
I would offer you more answers, but the only place I know to find answers is a holy capital a world away.
Rayclust.
He gives a nod, and I cannot promise that anyone there would be interested in teaching a Parisian like yourself.
Well, if there's one thing I've learned about myself, I can be very convincing when I want to be. If I
Raylast
were...
is a world away, Braverock.
that is not so quite easily overcome. If I did ever find myself there, do you have a name, a place, something a little more narrowed down than an entire city?
He has this moment of just kind of like he doesn't want to tell you. Like, it's very obvious that he's like, he's very conflicted about it. I have known people to go down this path, wanting to understand their gift to the point of self-destruction.
What if
That
it's out
what
of
you-
self? What if it's out of self-preservation? You must understand what it's like to the worry of losing yourself little by little.
Perhaps you're not losing yourself. You just need to re-examine what the self is. Because yourself, myself, far different. That of your mule or that of Doctor. He vaguely motions towards Garrett.
Well, I'll certainly keep that in mind. A new perspective certainly never hurt. But if you could give me a name, please.
He again considers. Alderum Karap. I will spell that.
Thank you. Freya says, thank you.
He helped me understand what I was seeing. He could be dead, have moved, have left. Raylast is half a world away. No amount of talking is going to get a Frisian now.
Well, it's a place to start at least.
Sure, if you look hard enough, you'll find someone much closer to.
Thank you. I'll... Even just having a word, knowing what to call it. It's a start.
He gives a half nod at that. Turns to the rest of you. Kind of looking at the rest of the group over by the other edge and turning back to you. Where did you all come from again?
Well, I found them in Alasir, and Frey will
no.
beckon for...
As they explained, how did you end up here?
We're on our way to Fortun Isol. This was just a detour, a task for someone we met.
I hope the reward is worth it for this task.
I hope so as well, but if some good has come out of all of this for you, then I think that alone would be worth it.
He considers and gives a half nod. I wish I could offer more for you. You've given me much to consider, and perhaps my solitude was less fortunate than I was led to believe.
Well, I don't know exactly what our plans are at the moment, but... Well, if you'd allow us to take cover in this cavern for a while longer, if we decide we need to delay our return, but... That I think would be most welcome.
Very well, but let me make one thing incredibly clear, and I wish you to make it incredibly clear. as well.
All right.
If the Patrician touches his mushrooms again, I will turn him into your fourth chicken.
Frey, his eyes widen a little at that, and looking at him, does this seem to be like in jest, or does he seem totally serious?
He has only cracked a vague hint of a smile twice. He is not doing it now.
Okay. Yes, I will absolutely make that crystal clear. He won't touch any more of your mushrooms.
At that, you see as you start to walk away, Aramis heads back up to the altar.
All right. Yeah, Frey will come back over and he'll see Rohan sleeping on a mushroom. And he'll just come over. And is Rohan like actually asleep right now?
I think his eyes are closed. He's probably not like actually asleep.
He's
but-
dozing.
yeah, just like
Frey will
Yeah.
like nudge his leg with his foot.
yeah.
You should get off the mushroom. Our host has said that if you touch any more of them, he will turn you into a chicken, and I do believe he was quite serious.
He like pauses for a second and just like, all right, fine. It's I hate being told what not to do, and it really makes me want to eat all of the mushrooms, but fine, okay. I get up and walks over like 3 feet away.
Frey looks a little relieved, but he'll look at the others and say, "And if we do end up wanting to wait out the day here, rest up. He said we could."
That's good. Well,
But
are we thinking?
how are the rest of you doing? And he looks at, does Streak still look like he's suffering from the spider stuff?
With the amount of bandaging and like dirt,
you can just like borderline a mummy.
like he's at that point where like he needs a bath to figure out what he might or might not be suffering from at this point.
All right.
But I mean, physically, he doesn't look worse than he did before. Like, he doesn't look like he's once again actively dying.
It's a slow process.
Yeah. Well, then I guess the question is, do we go or do we stay?
Mira is still awake. She just looks kind of vaguely worried. She says,
Project, Alex.
I'm sorry. If we could just rest for a few hours, I think I would feel much better. Personally, I don't know about anyone else.
Okay, I'm fine either way.
That's fine.
Streak is conked out.
Well, I guess he's already made up his mind.
I love how going this way has like by the time it's done, it will have saved you guys like an hour.
What if Streak is gonna die in that hour? You don't know. So, I mean, you do know, but we don't know.
So with that, you guys have here in this nice, humid, weirdly dank cave. What are you doing? Rest up for a few hours. Anything else you guys wish to do? You seem to be safe. There is no sound of movement, scraping, action, or otherwise coming from outside of the cave, or from the main portions of the cave. The rest of the day is yours for doing with as you wish.
So I think Frey will just kind of sit there for a little while, but he's gonna kind of like look towards Aramust, and he remembered that Aramust said something about Amandir Sin being able to, if he focused, just kind of like recognize each other, and he's gonna see if he can get any like vibes from him. See if he can like figure that out.
From Aramust?
From Aramist, yeah.
You focus and you get this very give me a wisdom magic. Let's extrapolate.
Okay.
Oh my god. All right. So, you may ask 2 questions about Aramist.
So, is he able to sense that he is Amandir Sin?
What do you mean?
Like, he said that, like,
They find each other?
yeah. Or, like, they can, like, recognize each other.
So the first one is, does he truly recognize you as that?
Does Frey recognize him as that? He's trying to, like, understand what that feels like.
Yes, it's the fact that you are not, like, you notice it through the fact that you are not currently, like, in the past, when you've used your resonance, it's not, it's a connection to the past. It's not, this is a connection directly to him.
Okay.
Like, you are not querying an impression of something that happened or an area and what could have happened there. You are querying the man himself.
Okay. Then my second question will be... what happened to his 2 companions? How did they die?
Oh boy,
that's the sort of
that's
question
a
I
hell of a question. They were killed in a ritual sacrifice.
Jesus
By him.
Christ.
My god!
Ruh-roh.
Okay.
But
Both
don't
our
worry, because
allies either die or we find out they're murderers. I don't like this.
I knew it.
Okay.
Creepy guy in a cave. Come on.
Yeah, Frey, like, you know, while he's watching him, he wasn't really, like, searching for anything in particular, just trying to figure out that feeling, but then when he, like, stumbles upon that notion, that maybe even, like, flash of a memory, and suddenly connecting it to the terror and then that quiet acceptance he had sensed from the grave. And he just goes very, very pale. And he's going to spend a while thinking if he should say anything or not, considering he doesn't get a sense that this guy's going to try and sacrifice them. I know, what's everybody else doing on this break?
I'm remembering now that he said he was a botanist, so I do actually want to just like approach him and say, I'm sorry to bother you, but I did want to show you. I don't know if this is of any interest to you, but I know you mentioned you were a botanist, so I figured you might know something more about this than we did. There's this plant, and I'm going to pull out the plant we got from Riverstone Keep and say, there's this plant that everything else living in the keep that we visited was dead, was sort of completely decayed and gone, but this one plant was sort of, completely intact and alive. I took a part of it just because it may have had some healing properties or something. Obviously, our friend is poisoned and in danger, so we thought maybe somebody might be able to give us some more information. Maybe it would be useful, but do you happen to know anything about why this one wasn't affected? Or would you like it? Would this be helpful to you? Or is it just nothing? If it's nothing, then that's fine too, but I figured I'd ask.
He looks at it and kind of like very intently, leaving it like so you're holding it, but he gets probably about 3 inches away from your hand as he's kind of like very intently leaning down looking at it. And in Rayclarian, you speak Rayclarian, so I'm just going to say utters something. He speaks a small prayer for the world's chaos to be lifted and for him to see straight. And you see his eyes glow a faint silver for a second.
Oh.
And he stares. This was powerful chemical creation. Someone created it. Pauses. A sentinel. Watched you.
Created it.
It's been
Sorry, what
watching
was that?
things for a long time.
Okay. What would it be used for? What is its purpose, I guess?
Part of this somewhere more appropriate. A gift of a rare small plant. A political scheme to stalk someone, wait till they're alone, assassinate. To have this in... Where did you say you found this?
Riverstone Keep, just down the mountain from here.
What else is there? Who else is there?
Well, we came upon quite a thriving ecosystem of horrors. There was a lord who was tending to how do I even explain this?
This was not created by some horror. It was created by man.
Huh.
Great alchemist. Probably.
Okay. There was
Colloquially, by the way, just in case it's obvious, like, alchemy is like a mixture of, chemistry and magic, essentially.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, gotcha.
that's even if it's a bit of a misnomer at this point, colloquially, when people refer to alchemy, that's normally what they mean.
Yeah, makes sense. There was one living man there, I believe, but I don't think he was magical, or he certainly didn't strike me as a great alchemist, but I could be mistaken. But he is dead now, so yeah, I don't know. It's possible that the person who created this was long gone then. Clearly the keep had been deserted for a while, so.
Yes, as I said, it's a sentinel created so someone could watch. Could have eyes. That courtyard, that keep.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna sort of, like, a little bit lost in thought, just walk away. Also, I think, like, I'm gonna walk away and sort of, I'm gonna go, like, around the corner, just, like, somewhere where nobody can see or hear me, really, because this is kind of embarrassing. And I'm just gonna, like, in a corner somewhere, I'm just gonna stare at this plant and say the exact same thing he did, just to see if, like, I don't know, if it's like a spell that I could do or learn or anything. The little, like, Raychlorian incantation. I mean, it might not do anything, but
Utter the prayer in Raychlarian and nothing happens.
okay, worth a shot. All right, I'm just gonna sort of, like, embarrassedly just walk back and sit back down. Go back to napping.
Freya's just watching you as you come walking back around.
I didn't touch the mushrooms, okay?
I thought that's what you were gonna say. You're gonna go take a bite?
Hey, probably best to listen to him. Now
I
more than
know.
ever.
What do you mean now more than ever?
He gives a faint shrug. This means that we're in his home.
Okay, sure. Right, he's just gonna, like, Rone's just gonna look at you a little bit quizzically and just sort of, like, all right, everybody here is weird. All right.
What a strange time we've had in this little cave.
We always have a strange time. I don't think we've had a regular time in quite some time.
So, otherwise, is there anything else over the course of the next few hours that you guys wish to do?
I'm good, unless there's anything else anyone else wants to do.
Rest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
set up camp, roll out some bedrolls, and take a nap.
Alrighty. So, you guys rest. How long? 4 or 5 hours?
How long do I need to regain some health?
All night. And it's late morning.
So it's not an hours thing, it specifically has to be at night.
For like regain. Wait, what is normal HP regen? God, to double check. I still don't have my fucking reference back, so all I've got's the stuff that's linked here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, if you want to gain health back, you gain your level in HP after a good night's rest. So, yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
So I guess we'd have to be here all day then.
Yeah.
Or all night.
Because you guys have only been up for like a couple of hours at this point. You crossed a bridge and then came in here.
Yeah.
It's like 10 or 11 a.m. at most.
Yeah.
Sorry, I fucking died.
Give came
okay.
close. I wouldn't say Streak died.
Well, I don't know if we want to be here all day and night, but it's up to you guys. I'm doing okay on health. Clearly, Streak and Mira are the ones who are in rough shape, so...
I would say Streak is specifically in very rough shape.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I will also say, remember, Rowan doesn't have the use of his right arm right now.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
That's important to note still.
Yep,
Ugh.
you're right. You're right about that. I just had such a horrible idea.
Remove your arm?
Don't say that.
No. No, I was gonna say, like, okay, we don't want to, like, take this... Like, I don't want to touch any of the mushrooms while this guy could cast magic on me, but I could attach the clasp to one of the mushrooms. And then as soon as we leave and are out of eyeshot, just summon one of them to me and then run.
Rude.
I'm not going to, but...
It's
you know.
very funny.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, you guys are what, spending 4 hours here? Just kind of resting, recuperating, figuring out what's up?
Yeah.
Aramis spends the majority of the time in the tent. You can hear him writing on parchment. But he does occasionally come out, and he is taking this small, like... There's some coinage that is on a pan, and occasionally he takes it and puts it over that purple fire and heats it up.
Frey watches him very, very uncertain. And he'll glance around at the others and say, "Should we leave soon?"
We've been here 4
Yeah,
hours
about
now?
4.5 hours since the fight at this point.
Yeah, I mean, unless we're staying all night, we might as well, I guess.
Yeah, it's probably early afternoon at this point, so... You awaken the severely concussed, broken-ribbed, torn up, like, nearly scalped Strieg. And,
Mira, did you heal?
What do you mean?
I think we're not allowed to heal because we didn't stay all night.
no, Mira's fine.
Rest.
There may be circumstances.
Yeah, Mira's
that you
fine.
don't know about.
Okay, cool. That's fine. Okay, as long as you know what you're doing. Cool.
Yep.
I know what I'm doing. I promise.
Yeah, I believe you. Just, I'm just stuck on the fact that Robert is making us go out with Streak at 1 health.
I'm not
That's
making
fine.
you do anything. You can stay here all night if you want with the guy who Frey decided to find out ritually sacrificed.
You make it sound like it's Frey's fault that he found out, as opposed to Aramis' fault that he ritually sacrificed these
I'm just saying, if you guys didn't know that, you'd probably stay the night. Now you're not. I didn't ask the question. Frey didn't ask the question.
We don't collectively know that. Only
No.
one of us knows.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but collectively you meta know that, and I have a good feeling that if you didn't, you'd be staying all night.
I mean, additionally, just because he ritually killed his friends doesn't mean he's gonna ritually kill us. That was in pursuit of the research that we kind of ruined, and therefore he now has to go somewhere else and start a whole new research train, so it doesn't serve him to ritually kill us in pursuit of that research, as he's no longer pursuing that line.
Exactly. It makes more
But
sense
he's
if he
still-
would just revenge kill you.
But he's still melting coins over the purple fire right now, so he's doing something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if he was gonna revenge kill us, he would have revenge killed us already. He could have.
I mean, there's 5 or 6 of us. I feel like he'd wait until we're asleep.
You know, he helped. He helped Streak. He could have
That's
melted Streak, and there was nothing that we could have done.
It is a very funny dynamic for all of us to be like, maybe we should stay the night here. And Frey is just in the corner like, guys, I think maybe we should leave.
But have they decided to stay the night? Like, what?
No, it's
what are
been
we
about
doing?
4.5 hours, and you guys
okay.
are just trying to figure out what's going on.
As per usual.
Yeah.
It's the great decision making.
We really need... We're not good at being a democracy.
I mean,
We need someone to just make decisions for us.
No, the
from
problem
now on.
is it takes too long for you guys to get into a democracy mode. You spend too long, like, debating it, and then you decide to vote. Alright, what are you guys doing?
I mean, Garrett's concern is for the 2 seriously injured party members. If they feel up to moving along, Rohan can do his little invisibility thing, and we can sneak out. Obviously, he doesn't know about the ritual murder of the guy's former companions, and he understands that if he wanted to hurt us because we destroyed his research, he could have done absolutely nothing to prevent Strieg from dying, or could have melted Strieg into a pile of ash and said, hey,
It could have
this
just
was
not
the only way to
helped
cure
us
him.
with the dragon.
Yeah, he could have just not helped us with the dragon. So he is feeling a little guilty about that and is willing to, you know, like he doesn't see the guy as a threat, basically, at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of Streak's call, I guess, because the rest of us are like, okay.
Yeah, Mira looks better. A lot better.
Amazing. Mira's got so much going on. It's so unnerving.
The wounds seem to have faded into, like, scratches? Maybe?
Wow.
Wait, did Mira do the Gears of War, like, shrug into your shoulders and force yourself to heal thing?
I don't know.
I feel like Mira's gonna, like, take off the skin suit she's wearing one day and just be, like, a full-on, like, goblin or something. Like, just something super supernatural.
No.
I don't know, it's just like...
We already
Like,
know
you're just
goblins
like, she's
can't
not
just
as
heal
bloody
themselves.
as you think she would be. And all of her wounds have mysteriously disappeared over this 4-hour nap. But it's like...
She's actually just a really nice ombre eye, or she's a created construct.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't know.
She's a constructed ombre eye.
You could ask her.
I don't think she's gonna tell us right now. If we did ask her. Are you a lizard person in a suit?
Anyway, so this is, guys, you know, I think I figured out why it takes us like 4 hours to decide where we're gonna go. What are you guys
It's
doing?
your call.
We digress.
What are you guys doing?
Streak, you gotta decide for us.
We digress.
I love it. Everyone's like, how do we go? Do we stay? Then you wake Strieg up.
I didn't hear anything any of you said. What?
Feel like death in here. I'm gonna feel like death out there. Fuck it, man. What do I care?
All right, let's go.
Alright, so we're going.
Oh no,
right.
emo Strieg
Sad
phase.
died.
Alrighty, I'm casting invisibility twice. First time is on... Okay, hold on. I want to do this so that... Well, I mean... Actually...
As long as you're not in the
if
first batch.
Right, question. If I cast it in 2 batches, and invisibility breaks on one of those batches, does it break on all of us? Or
No, it would only
is
break
like
on that
each
batch.
individual? Okay, then I want to do it so that there's somebody who is fightery on both things.
Okay, so yeah, you just need to pick the 2 teams that are getting like the 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Mira, Strieg, and Henrietta first one, and then Garrett,
Strieg's
Frey,
Vanguard.
Yes, exactly. And then the other 3 of us. There we go. Just in case it still works, I'm gonna take a bite out of the mushroom that I've already cut out of the ground. I assume it's lost its thing at this point, but
Yeah.
you know. All right. Does it still taste like sugar?
Yeah, it still tastes like really, really like good, like imagine like, you know when you wake up in the middle of the night and you drink water and it's the best water because it's night water?
Yeah.
Imagine that, but it's also like 50% sugar.
Amazing. I think we should all hold each other's hands and walk single file.
Oh my
Because
god.
none of us can see each other. So this is bad if we don't do that.
I am leaning very heavily on Henrietta.
Yes.
Frey just holds on to Garrett's coat.
Yay.
Honestly, like, if Streak goes first, you can all just follow, like, the smell of death.
Thanks.
Don't say that.
That's such an ill omen for what we're about to do.
Yeah.
Garrett, I think you're up front.
All right.
All right.
Ray is there, then...
I mean, I'm just
follow
kind of
Ray.
moving him.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are
I'm
gonna
just,
have to reorganize these again immediately, so
Yeah,
Yeah, shoot.
go ahead and do it. Yeah.
All right. So I will move Garrett, I guess, up to the front. Shoop.
It has lightened up mostly. Like, give me a second. I did some of the stuff, but it didn't, like, do everything for me, so... You guys should be able to see everything now. Not?
So it's less a pea porridge and more of a pea soup.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now you can see that there's a large cockatrice and some smaller ones kind of hanging out. These two have actually climbed up here. I didn't.
Now, the path kind of leads down to like over here-ish, or is it just this whole?
Yeah, it
cliff?
opens up a lot.
Okay.
Alrighty, I guess we all start walking.
Yep.
All right. So, who is leading each? Like, you're all single file.
I think so.
I will say, for the sake of gamification, I want each group of invisibility, whoever's leading it for the stealth reasons, to give me a dex sneak.
I'm assuming I'm in the group opposite.
The groups are listed in the chat. There's Team
okay.
Strieg's bodyguards, which is Mira Strieg and Henrietta,
Okay.
and then Team the other three
I
of
guess
us.
that would be me.
Yep.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Strieg could lead.
Unless you're watching the back, which I mean you could.
Honestly, I think the hardest part about like Strieg being sneaky is probably the sound of his heart beating out of his chest, literally.
So I mean, I'll roll stealth for our group since I'll be in the lead here, or sneak. Sorry. Give that a roll. That's a really bad roll.
Please re-roll
That's a
that.
fail. Do you want to re-roll?
I'm gonna re-roll that. That's not a better
That's
roll.
still not good.
Still a fail.
All right.
There's no way we can like help him with this.
If you can describe how.
I think. Okay, wait. No, I actually know. I know. I have the earring on with Garrett, so I think I'm just like as I see him like dragging us towards certain things. I think I'm just like, oh, watch out. There's like gravel over there or whatever. Like it's more dusty here. Like there's
Okay.
less.
Give me
noise or
a
whatever.
notice.
Okay.
Fucking earrings. They're too powerful. Why did I reintroduce them? I knew they were powerful the last time, and I didn't want to do it. And I was like, you know what? It'll be fine to see new people do them. What the fuck? All right. Well, Garrett, Rowan, right, and we got Mira, Henrietta. All right. So that's team 1 making their way. Team 2, who's leading with the next sneak?
I guess me.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not bad.
The best I can do in heels and big skirt.
You're doing better than Garrett
And while
is,
guiding
apparently.
Death keeled over and a mule.
And while wearing the skin suit of a young woman.
Stop! Come on!
No,
She's
no,
a
no, no, no.
nice
I got it.
girl.
She's the fucking, like, the little thing from Men in Black that's operating somebody's head.
Yes.
Robert, do not make that. Oh my god! I have to show you something. Hold on, I have to find
Alex,
it.
we're in the middle of a game.
I know. Please continue. I'll just put it in chat.
All right,
This is
so,
pre-existing, by the way, the last time I played a character with this name.
it's Alex!
Let me find it.
Oh, it's so good. Dave got it.
Wow, Mira was the real corpse spider all.
No, you
Team Alien
don't
plus a zombie.
understand. The last time I played a character with this name, this joke already got made.
Oh, Alex, you're so unoriginal. You're so unoriginal that, like, your character's so obviously an alien fucking thing.
No, that's just me.
Or you don't know. The cat wanted to climb
That's
in.
clearly why Mira can punch so hard. Because she's actually an alien in a robot suit.
No, in a human suit, so she doesn't care if her human suit gets broken, because then she'll take one of yours.
I don't think she wants streaks.
Well, not right now.
Not yet.
Alright, so anyway, distractions aside, you guys continue your journey. I was gonna ask if Emma was helping Mira, but it occurs to me. That's
I'm
really...
walking with a mule and a dead man.
Yeah.
An almost dead man.
So, I will say with how good Rowan's doing and helping Garrett, you guys are able to make it past, but there's definitely some close calls where, like, like Garrett, like, kicks a rock and one of them goes running over and just like starts like pecking and like crunches and eats the rock and heads back. Mira, especially with the heels kind of hitting occasionally, it's very much like you're walking as softly as you can while guiding a mule that you are trying to keep quiet and a Strieg who you are trying to keep alive. And for better or worse, you guys do make it through.
Yay. Out of curiosity, how tall are Mira's heels? Are we talking like a 1-inch heel? Like just a little? Are they more like the wider heels?
I'm Googling.
This is something we did not cover how big Mira's heels would be.
I'll get back to you so that we can continue.
I imagine not insane.
No.
Yeah, and they're definitely wider because, again, she's on the move. Like, she's not wearing fucking ball gown heels, like stilettos or some shit.
Louboutins.
Like, she can't cut your fucking jugular with them.
I mean, she probably can.
Well, I feel like it would be more like sever your spinal cord when she hits you that hard with them.
Yeah, but it still gets the job done.
Yeah, but it's the difference between... It's surface area, right?
True.
It's the difference between, you know, a sword, a club, and Mira's heels. So, after you guys finish, you continue on, and the path gets a little bit wider, and then it begins to kind of get thinner, keeps getting just more and more narrow, until you are pretty much forced... Like, you could go 2x2, but it would probably be a little nerve-wracking. If that makes sense. So single file would definitely be safer. And it curves around, and this is after maybe another half hour, 45 minutes or so, maybe more. It curves...
Are we still invisible?
I think it lasts for an hour.
3 hours. An hour per caster level, so...
Amazing.
Yeah, you guys would still be invisible! Which is not fun for me, but that's okay. I can just take this seed and put it in the trash. No,
Actually,
it's fine. I didn't have to put the cave in the trash, so I'm okay putting this one in the trash.
I'm sorry, I'm not sorry.
Yeah.
And
I'm
after
not sorry.
about another hour of careful walking, you can see where there is something resembling smoothed out stairs that go down about 50, 60 feet. They're very intense stairs, like probably 6 or 7 inches each, like vertical on these stairs, and maybe 3 inches wide, if that, probably closer to 2. So like you're essentially, and they go all the way down the roughly 60 feet left of this mountain before you come out the other side. So, what is the order that you guys are going to be going down these very steep stairs? They are also smoothed out as if they were never really quite finished, or the elements have done quite a number on them. Probably more if they were never quite finished.
I feel like
Henrietta go down these?
I'm sorry?
Can Henrietta go down these?
Probably not.
Well,
how are we gonna get her down?
yeah, I'm out of spell slots, so like I can't even do any shenanigans.
Well, we had a good run, Henrietta.
Tie the chickens to her, see if it works like in Legend of Zelda.
Can we... Okay, how steep are they again?
Probably about 5 or 6 inches each. They're inconsistent.
Okay.
And about 2 inches wide. Some of them 3. Like, it really looks like someone was starting to build stairs and never finished. Yeah.
Well... Yeah, without spell slots, there's not much I can do. What's at the bottom of the stairs?
Dirt. Like, some stone and dirt. At the bottom of the stairs is, like, you guys are done. This is the last thing.
Okay, there's not trees.
Not
like-
immediately at the bottom, no.
How high up are the stairs?
You guys are
Like, are we
somewhere
not-
between 50 and 60 feet up.
Okay, so high enough that you splat if you jump off the side.
Well, we could sleep here, and then I can cast the runny thing on...
Sleep here on the
Henrietta.
thing where it's uncomfortable to even be fucking 2x2, like,
I know.
doubled up.
We could
Um,
walk down and leave Henrietta here, and you could walk up in the morning.
yeah. I was really trying to figure out if I could make
but
a...
They'll
little
find
bridge
her.
over.
This is like the cockatrice's hunting grounds, right? And the invisibility is gonna wear out. So when they go hunting, they'll just see, oh hey, look, someone staked a meal out for us.
I mean, would the cockatrices even fit in here?
You're on the ledge.
Yeah.
Okay. But, like, we're single file at this point, right? Or did it open up to the
Yes, but
ledge?
cockatrices have wings.
Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. I didn't think about them coming from the other side. Okay.
Like, above?
Sure. But I mean, like, if it's narrow enough, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
Big one could probably just pick her up and fly off with her.
Small ones can just knock her down and then...
Cockatrice 127 hours. Well, yeah. I guess us going down without her is our best bet. I don't really see what else we can do here.
I really didn't think stairs, because I need it to make sense, was going to be the thing that, like, stumped you guys.
I mean, like, how did you think we were going to do it?
I can't say, because you might then do it, and I'm not going to give that to you.
Well, if
There's
we're
nothing-
going to...
There's nothing
Right.
that we could, like, tie a rope around a rock and then tie a rope around Henrietta and lower her down.
A pulley.
Yeah. Can we... Hold on, you said it's about 50 feet up? And
Yeah.
the range on the wristband is 100 feet?
Yeah, but it, like, we were told that it would not be a good idea.
Oh, right. Moving people.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Do we... Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to ask this. Like, if the stairs were finished, do we think Henrietta could get down them? Or is it
Probably
like they're
not.
just too steep? Okay.
It's just so steep.
Okay. Alright, well... yeah.
This
I
is
got
the most,
nothing.
like, old school Renaissance problem I've ever presented a fucking game before. You have 50 feet of steep stairs and a mule. What do you do?
I mean, it's
Damn,
so
I
annoying.
should have
If I
brought a
had one
30-foot
spell
stick
slot
with
left,
me.
This would be trivial. If I just had one spell slot left, this would be so trivial. But, damn.
Alright.
Well, if we're going to leave her up here...
No, there's a solution to this. He's admitted it.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna bother me now.
Shouldn't have said anything. I'm not saying it's a guaranteed solution, just the thing that I thought of.
Can you just describe everything for us again, real quick? Like, not in too
So
much
you have
detail,
been
but just-
you've been curving around the side of this mountain for the better part of about 20 minutes. It went from comfortably able to be like 2x2, maybe even 3 at some points, to probably want to go single file, because if you went double and you tripped and it was a little bit uneven, you'd probably roll off the side of the mountain and die. A couple of vague bits of rock and stone, but for the most part, it is just a sheer kind of cliff pathway that you're following right now that then goes to a sheer drop. After about 20 minutes of that, you came to a point where it continues on much thinner. Like, you would have to, like, lean up against the... You could probably go another 15 feet beyond where the stairs have been carved, but after that, you would need to, like, do the video game shimmy. Like, the Assassin's Creed I'm on a ledge shimmy to, like, walk across it, because it's so thin at that point. But otherwise, the way down that is presumably designed for whoever was building this back entrance into Riverstone Keep is these stairs, which are between 5 and 6 inches tall and about 2 to 3 inches wide. They are inconsistent and also still kind of slick from the mist and rain of the morning. At the bottom is a mixture of hard stone and dirt. Maybe 10 feet beyond that is where the edge of a thicket of trees begins.
Alright.
I mean, if you'd like to look around, see if you find anything else.
Are there any, like, pittons or anything, like, screwed in to it? Because, I mean, this was supposed to be, like, a trade route, so if you've got a super steep stairway, you're not going to be able to get trade goods through.
Garrett, could you please give me a notice int? This is considered a new
can.
scene.
This is a new scene. Okay, thank you.
That's a success. You do notice that just, like, maybe 15, 20 feet before the stairs, it looks like there are holes in the stone right where it kind of was last. Probably more than 20. Probably closer to 50 feet. Sorry. I didn't have the, sometimes I don't write down distances and I fuck up while I'm trying to describe them. So you kind of circle back and, like, extra pacing and trying to figure out if there's anything else. There are a number of very large and deep holes. You can see one of them has what looks like a large shattered stick about 3 inches deep in it, along with some dirt and things like that. The other one, a broken off stick as well. Other than that, like, after a few minutes, you notice it seems like at one point there either was or they were building some sort of rudimentary pulley system for, you'd imagine with how deep it is, an elevator, and just, 20 years of disrepair and elements and things, it just was never finished or broke off and is gone.
Okay. Would we, yeah, so theoretically we could use that if we had access to appropriate equipment to create a pulley system to lower Henrietta.
Yeah. Is a pulley one of like the 8 simple machines or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, pulley, fulcrum,
Lever,
which is kind of sort of a fulcrum.
Anyway, let's not get... We don't have time to get off topic with that.
So, yeah, I mean, if we've got the rope and if we can collect some appropriately sized sticks and or small trees, I would be happy to attempt to make some kind of pulley system that we can lower Henrietta on. But we'd have to go down and go up and down and up a couple times probably.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to try it. Unless anybody has any better ideas or feels very strongly that we should leave Henrietta behind. Seems like a resounding yes.
You're getting kind of quiet. What's that?
Oh, sorry. I was saying, yeah, I'm happy to try it if nobody has any other ideas or, feels very strongly that we should leave Henrietta behind.
Should have just given her to, what's his name? Yeah, Aramas. He could have used him.
We would never. She's a member of the family. I
Anyway.
would give him myself before I gave him Henrietta. Well, all right.
So you guys are heading down?
Yeah, I guess so.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's the move.
Alrighty. I will need a Dex exert from each person going down.
Who's first? I can go first. I'll do it.
Okay.
You said Dex exert?
Dex exert.
Oh boy.
So,
I fall and die.
Alex, this isn't D&D and 8's good.
Oh, it is? Okay. Okay, cool.
Mathematical average is 7. Do we need to go back over the DC explanations?
Nope.
And 8 is a significant challenge to a competent professional that they'd still succeed at more often than not.
Okay.
Mira starts climbing down and does not seem to be having any problems at all.
I will go next. If
Oh,
no one
Rowan's
else
gonna be
wants to
doing
go.
this with one hand. That's gonna be cool.
I mean,
We could lower him down too.
I mean, there's stairs. I wasn't going down on all fours. I think it's fine.
That's a 7.
Did you use your reroll already, Garrett?
I did not.
All right, that is a fail. Would you like to reroll?
Certainly.
It's a fail. Jesus Christ. We're all about to die.
Garrett's fine.
Holy shit.
Garrett's fine. Easy nat 12, and he's good.
Problem is,
Mira, you get about... how far down do you let Mira get, or are you guys going like one at a time all the way down?
I will follow a relatively safe distance behind Mira in case I slip or fall or whatever, but like I'm not gonna be right. Not that he does slip or fall, but you know, I want to give some space.
Are we out of the invisibility at this point?
Only if you want to be. Like, if each group wants to be, you are still within... It's been about an hour and a half since you guys left there.
No, Frey will feel much more certain about taking this really narrow stair if he can see his limbs.
You know, that's a good point.
That seems
Alright, so, Mira heads down, Garrett deftly and efficiently heading down right behind her. Or a good distance behind her. Mira is probably a little more unsure. Garrett is doing this like he has went rock climbing, just free climbing in his spare time.
Alright,
It is, yes,
right.
just a matter of it's slippery and you kind of have to, like, occasionally just, like, sidle down them, wait a second, get down. Next.
I guess Frey will go next.
Are you waiting until after Garrett gets to the bottom?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, it was Dex.
Oof.
Oh! All right, so with no invisibility and being able to see your limbs, maybe invisibility was the key to doing things good, because for Frey, it is not a good one. Frey, you start heading down, and you get maybe 8 or 9 steps down, and you're like, oh, and then... You know, like when you think that you're like on the bottom rung of a ladder and then you go to like hop off as if you're going to land on ground, but you're actually one rung too high?
Yeah.
You kind of do that where you're expecting like one, but it's just not there, and you're like, oh, and you start slipping. Please give me I'm gonna say a physical save to see if you can grab on as you start falling down the stairs.
Thank God.
So, you are taking damage, of course.
Okay.
Let's see how bad it is. You take 4 as you guys watch Frey, like, one boot just miss, and whoosh, boom, jaw onto one of the stairs. You can feel yourself bite the inside of your cheek. Your teeth clatter together, and you can just feel blood in your mouth. You're just, it's like you just, bit in hard. That thing's gonna be painful for fucking weeks. Your jaw hurts, everything, just the lower half of your head is just in so much pain. But you're able to catch yourself.
Yes, he is like holding on desperately, trying to like get his to steady himself. He's still like on the ledge, right?
Yeah, no, you've made it maybe, I'd say 20 feet total down after catching yourself and then like being steady enough that you can take a breath. And when you do, and when you breathe out, like, it's not air that comes out, it's like blood, and it's just like mixed with spit, and it's horrible.
Ugh. Yeah, he wipes at his mouth. And he looks back a moment, looks forward. He doesn't know if he can do this, but I guess he's...
he's at almost the exact halfway point, the worst time to go indecision.
Okay, and he's gonna keep trying to go
All right,
forward.
give me another dex exert.
Oh my god, please be better.
Apparently, fear is a very strong motivating factor for Frey. And just a little bit, just one, full weight jaw uppercut from a mountain is enough to get him to carefully make his way descending down the rest of the mountain.
He very quickly just like gets far away from those stairs, past Garrett and Mira, just like clutching his jaw and just, oh, is it broken? Is it broken?
Oh.
You can feel there is also like you have a large cut on your jaw as well, where like the bone slammed in and like your jawbone has produced a very nice cut on your jaw as well.
Oh no, his beautiful face will be scarred.
Otherwise, though, as you kind of are looking around, there is a very large buck staring at you. Its antlers are just like up, and it's like wide-eyed. It just kind of stares.
Frey just kind of stares back. He's never seen a buck before.
After about 2 more seconds, it just, from where it is near the edge of the tree line, it just darts off, disappearing to the north.
Okay.
All right, that is 3 down, 3 to go.
I'll go next.
Rowan, Strieg, and who else? Henrietta. Who's going next?
I will.
Well, you do have -2 because you're doing this one-handed, but that's still a fucking 10.
Does anyone want to stay with Henrietta while we gather this stuff to make the pulley system?
I guess
I mean, I
I'm
think
still up
Streak
here,
should-
so.
Yeah. Cool.
So, with that, Rowan, even one-handed, you've got that, have to kind of brace yourself and take a couple of stops, but you make it down unscathed.
Alrighty. I guess we're trying to make this pulley now. Since it's just Frey and Henrietta up there.
See, this is why you guys should have brought one of those, like, fireman's, like, bouncy castle things that auto-inflates.
What?
Yep. So that
That'd
we
be
can just push her
perfect
off the
here.
ledge and have her land on that. and then she'll be
Exactly.
fine.
Damn, why didn't I ask for that the last time we were shopping?
I thought you were gonna say, why didn't I ask for that for Grace?
It's really fun until you have to put it away, I bet. Alright, so, with that, what are you guys doing?
I'm now realizing that going up and down is actually so bad, but that we've decided that our plan will be that we're going to go up and down several times.
I will say going up is a lot easier than going down.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good, I guess.
So, but now we're gonna try to gather whatever we would need to make the pulleys.
Yeah.
Obviously we would, even if it's literally just wrapping rope around some sticks to kind of do it that way. But yeah, no, we're gonna.
I was gonna say, I feel like rope is the most important thing here.
We have rope, right?
We have some.
Doesn't
don't know
Henrietta have
much.
the rope?
I see nothing
has
in
all our
Henrietta's
packs.
equipment and abilities.
I have 5 feet of rope.
That is not enough.
No, it isn't.
Do you guys
I
not have any
assumed-
rope?
I have 5 feet of rope.
We don't have any rope.
I don't have any rope.
Oh.
Ray doesn't have any either.
Holy shit.
Can we look at some vines, maybe?
That's it. We're making rope.
It's a...
Oh my god.
Can we pack some rope? Backdated? We have backdated packed some rope.
So let me get this straight. Your plan is to take, like, random just vines and grass and things and weave it together to create rope that is hopefully strong enough to hold a, like, 750-pound mule.
I mean, when you put it like that, it sounds stupid.
Did you guys not check your inventory for rope before
No.
you
I
planned
think
this?
somebody else had it. I have 5 feet.
I've been in a basement for 11 years.
Hey,
I
Streak.
mean, you were in there scavenging.
Streak.
Yes.
It is quiet, and you can hear an echo as you start to hear them questioning why no one has any rope. After you were part of the plan to, essentially build a small pulley system or something to lower it down with rope. Now you are up here alone with Henrietta, and there is no rope. What are you doing?
I just kind of sigh and I pat Henrietta and I just go, sorry, girl. This might be it.
There's gotta be something we can do. There's something we're not thinking of. How tall are the trees in this thicket?
I mean, they're like, oak style. Like, they're decently sized. They're not fucking massive. I'd say
50 to 60
at the
feet
highest, the canopies are maybe 20 feet.
Damn it, okay. Are there any trees that have fallen over?
I'm sure you can find some with a little bit of effort. So I'll say yeah.
Okay, well, what I'm thinking is, hypothetically, well, but we can't. That's not how it works. God damn it. What is the point of this bracelet? Ugh. Right. I was gonna say maybe we could, I don't know,
What
I
bracelet?
mean, we could.
create like a ramp out of tree trunks, but, you know. Look, I'm thinking outside the box
No,
here,
I
okay?
love it. I love it. I'm still stuck on the fact that no one had any rope, and it never occurred to everyone to check their inventories before starting this plan.
Yeah.
Admittedly, Alex, you get a pass because your inventory has been decided for 11 years. Or whatever, 15, 100. I don't know.
Well. Yeah, I mean, Shriek, maybe you should
Up
come
top,
down.
Streak, Henrietta is currently, like, trying to get her face into your backpack and seemingly, like, trying to get into your food.
I mean, all I've got is hardtack, so I'll break off a little bit and give it to her.
She takes a couple bites and then stops.
Yeah, it's not great. Sorry. I don't have any of the mushrooms.
Really bad idea.
Love it.
Do we have anything that Henrietta could ride down the stairs? Like, basically just surf down the stairs?
No, I don't think we do.
This is just sounding wacky now.
Like,
It's
like
been
when
sounding
Legolas
kinda
slides down the
wacky.
shield in Lord of the Rings.
I don't know. I was trying to have Frey recommend earlier that we take our stuff off Henrietta just in case.
Can I find an animal in this forest? Just any animal that is not going to kill me.
Well, there was a buck about 10 minutes ago when you guys started discussing this, but...
Yeah, are there anything here now?
You don't notice anything. Again, it's a thicket, not a full forest. It's pretty open past it.
I really want to test the bracelet on the living thing. We got it. I mean, at this point, we're going to leave her up there to die, so I feel like we should try.
I mean, there's no guarantees that she would die overnight.
I thought you were going to say there's no guarantees she would die if she fell.
I mean, that's true, too. Can we... No, okay. Even if you fall on something soft, like 50 feet is a very...
That's what I said. You need
fall.
the firefighter bouncing against.
Yeah.
Something soft like a pillow.
Finally, the wisp pillow comes in handy.
Best name for anything ever. What you got? You know, I was like so worried. I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta make sure all the stuff is organized because they're gonna get on the road and there's gonna be a bunch of stuff I'm gonna have to worry about. I really didn't think the stairs were gonna be the big thing.
I mean, it's
that
just
said,
Henrietta. The rest of us can
said, at this point, I'm gonna give you guys a few minutes to brainstorm. We're gonna take a quick break while we figure this out. Alrighty. So, after a very fruitful conversation and me getting some very good Old Bay flavored sunflower seeds.
Old Bay is great.
Your plan, gang.
Going to sleep. Camping out for the night.
Sorry.
All right. So, is anyone staying up top with Strieg and Henrietta?
I am.
Is anyone telling Strieg what the plan is?
When I get up there, I'm gonna let him know what the plan is.
All right.
So we stay here?
Yeah, basically we're gonna stay up here. We're gonna try to take two. It's really just to see if the cockatrice is trying to swoop in at night. We're just waiting for Rohan to get some rest so that he can. He says he can do some magic and hopefully float her down safely.
Alrighty. Guess that's where we're at.
All right. So, with that, you guys have about, I'd say, I assume you won't wait until daylight tomorrow to do it.
I mean, whenever I get my spell slot back.
I severely... Oh, you want to do it in the night?
Will I get my spell slot back then?
Maybe. I severely... If I would have known it was going to be like this, I would have made a map for this fucking thing. Oh, I regret it.
How did you think we were gonna get a mule downstairs?
You literally had a mule run up and down a ravine 3 times.
Okay, that's fair.
We just don't have
The stairs were
spell
literally
slots.
here because I needed a logical, like, it has to be logical how people got up and down this thing.
Of course.
This was not supposed to be, like, the big wall.
Unfortunately, we decided that no, we don't need.
Well, yeah, I guess actually we, like, even if I get her down, we can't travel at night, so I guess daylight might be best.
Okay.
Although it feels bad that Strieg and Garrett are just up there, but it's fine, I guess.
Unless, you know, something happens down below, then they'll feel bad that you're down there.
Well, I'm down here.
Yeah.
Oh god. The Umbrii aren't trapped in there with you. You're not trapped down there with the Umbrii. They're trapped down there with you.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Correct.
Alright, so you guys set up camp. No roll to climb up as long as you are being slow and careful. Which means, like, it's gonna take a hot fucking minute. But if you're okay with that, you don't need to roll to go up.
Sure.
That was for Garrett.
I'm sorry, I missed half that. I apologize.
sure
I zoned out
me.
for
There you
30
go.
seconds.
I said going
You're
back
saying
up the stairs, there's no roll
Yeah.
if you're being very slow and careful and not in a hurry. Like, it's going
That's
to take
fine.
a hot minute, but you can do it without a roll.
That's fine.
If you're trying to rush or you want to be up there faster, then there is a roll.
No, I see no reason to rush it.
So, I will say for the sake of ease, there are 2 separate camps. Obviously, the bottom camp cannot, under any circumstances, keep a watch for the people up top. Outside of, like, if a fucking cockatrice flies over.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I guess me sleeping is the reason we're all here, so I'm just gonna go to sleep.
alrighty.
Well, I guess if it's like 5 p.m., I guess I can't go to sleep yet, but
You can lay down and start resting.
sure.
But yeah, so, for the sake of narrative's brevity, is there anything special you guys wish to do over the course of the night? Anyone you want to talk to? Anything you want planned?
I mean, other checking in with how Streak's feeling, which is probably Streak saying, I'm fine.
I mean, you guys
Nothing
can
on
have
this
that scene.
end.
That's fine.
Pretty bad. I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Understandable. Would you be willing to take, like, second watch, or are you
I
just
mean,
gonna
I'm not
sleep all
make you
night?
stay awake all night.
Well, if you need to, you can do what you gotta do.
Now wake me up.
All
Now-
right.
Alex, I need to point something very important out here. Do you remember when you were joining and you asked me what the vibe of the group was, and I said, Streak's not the comic
Indecisive.
relief, Lee is.
Yes, correct.
Now you're seeing it. They're fucking hilarious in the most deadpan way by using Streak. Like, they puppet his poor little body as a comedy joke as he's nearly dead. Poor fucking Streak.
Pretty bad. I'm going to sleep. It's like the words I live by.
Alright, so, if there are any scenes you guys wish to have, nothing is going to be affecting you over the course of the night.
I have this book that I haven't looked at. I've looked at the Flora book a bunch, but I also got Arcane Practice of Shapeshifting from somewhere. Wait, I have it written, I'm sure. From Riverstone Keep, yeah. Can I look through that to see if there's, like, I don't know, anything useful, cool, something that I can start learning?
Yeah, so it explains, essentially, it starts with a series of, like, short interviews. Like, this is a chunky book. And it starts with a series of interviews. Like, you're gonna start, like, reading it, or are you skimming it, or...
I will, if it's like, oh, chapter 5 is like how to do magic that, you know, is really cool, then I'm not going to sit there and read the interviews, obviously. But if it's all just like, you know, if it's all the same, then I'll start reading.
It is not organized in such a way that it seems like a textbook with chapters. So
Okay, then I'll just start reading at the beginning. Yeah.
So yeah, the beginning is a series of interviews with people who have shape-shifting arcane abilities and how it makes them feel, what they do with it, all that sort of thing. Beyond that, it begins to explain like certain almost alchemical, which again, I've been using it, it's very much a misnomer, alchemical, not even just chemistry, but like any kind of mixture of like scientific process with arcane enhancement can be considered alchemy in some way at this point.
Okay.
Misnomer, but hey, language.
Sure. Yeah.
I've actually, like, my favorite part of language isn't, like, constructing it. It's researching how words don't have meaning anymore because people are stupid and lazy. So, yeah. It starts going into that, things of that ilk. And it's, like, it definitely seems like it's going to eventually be describing, like, the belief system behind how people can learn, but the way it's written is in such a way that, like, there's a belief by the author that you need a foundation in the historiological, like, origins of it in order to learn it. Whether or not you wish to believe that is up to you.
I think Rohan's probably annoyed, but he's probably like, all right, I'll give this, like, I don't know, 30 more pages. If it doesn't, like, pick up, then I'm definitely going to skip forward to, I don't know, whatever chapter is, like, how to shapeshift.
It's very much like textbook. Like, you learn the history before you learn the concept. Like, you know,
Yeah.
it's very much like school textbook type.
Yeah, I think he is like, I don't want to take this too lightly because obviously, especially with something like shapeshifting, like, it could be really bad if you do it badly.
Oh, yeah.
But so he's not like screw that, I just give me like all the cool stuff. But I think he is like, okay, I am approaching this from like a practical perspective, like not predominantly like I don't really care about the history, so you know, I will learn about the history if it seems like it's going to help me. So I'll give it a little more time. But yeah, I think he's just probably reading all that beginning stuff for now.
So, while you read, is there anything else anyone else wishes to do specifically over the course of the evening?
Ray is mostly just worrying over his jaw. So he doesn't even have his mirror he can check it with because that's up on Henrietta.
If you ask, I have the periscope mirror, so I can stare at you and then show you the mirror.
Oh my god.
Could you imagine, like, trying to do your own hair in a mirror while someone else is blinking?
But, okay, I think Frey, at some point will go over to Mira, and he will, how are you feeling after everything?
Fine, I guess. She, like, blinks a little. She looks fine. Her clothes are ripped where, you know, she got scratched by the dragon thingy, but other than that, she looks great.
You do seem like you're holding up. You don't think this will scar, do you?
Do I think it'll scar, Robert?
Give me a, wisdom heal. Wait, don't. Give me a blind wisdom heal. When you go...
GM roll?
Yeah. Probably not.
I don't think so.
Or at least not noticeable, probably.
I don't think so. She seems not 100% sure, but...
Well, I hope you're right. Well, I don't know what I'd do with a scar. It's kind of just been like kind of probing at the wound and the soreness. Oh, but I had actually been wondering about that, and I noticed that you'd been carrying that medallion shaped like a blue rose.
Yes, my father gave it to me.
Do you know what the blue rose represents?
Shut up.
Alex, what did I say about chat during scenes? Don't read it.
Fucking Discord pops up even if I'm on the Foundry page.
Focus, you're in a scene.
Anyway, oh yeah, isn't it, it's like, Alex is trying to remember the exact, wording that I...
Frey will pipe up and say, like an impossible challenge.
Alex is looking at her backstory.
Take your time.
I think it's like a mystery or something that's unattainable, because blue roses aren't found in nature.
It makes me wonder that, is it just a sentimental thing, or?
Um, I'm not really sure. There's a lot about my father's life that he didn't tell me. Maybe that's the mystery.
And your father is?
Well, I've been looking for him for a long time. I guess even before, I was in the basement in the prison there. He went missing.
Really? How long? I mean, obviously more than 11 years.
Alex looks at her backstory. The current year is
1656.
Alex can't do math. Hold on, I'm trying so hard to do simple math right now. Let's see. Um, 4 or 5 years, I think. Before.
Of course, I understand. But, I think he kind of looks Mira up and down, and despite the state of her clothing, if I recall, she's like quite like well dressed, right?
Yes.
Okay. What was your father's name?
Silas Tyrell.
Is that a name that would be familiar to Frey?
Give me no.
Okay.
You've never heard that name before. I mean, Tyrell isn't the rarest last name. You've probably heard that last name at least once, but it doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
I'm very worried. Especially now that it's been so many more years. He must be a very old man now, and she sort of frowns and looks down.
I can't even imagine, but do you even know where to start looking?
Well, last thing I was doing was, going on that scavenging trip. That was to earn money so that I could hopefully um, maybe hire someone or something like that. I mean, we aren't really from around here. We're uh, more close. We were a lot closer to. It's. I'm looking at the map. It was Artificio, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we lived a lot closer to Artificia, but it's harder to live there without, a lot of money. And I didn't really have much. Not really, anyway.
So did you all come down here together then?
No, it was just me and some people I knew. Or unless you meant the people I was working with. I met them in what is it called? Fortun Isol. That was where I'd been living for a few years at least.
Yeah, I see. I must be easier there than in Artivista. But I'm sorry if it's an unpleasant topic. No, family can always be a sensitive matter.
Yes, my father was all I had. So I'm really very, very worried.
Well, if there's anything we can do to help you find him, I can. I mean, I've never come across his name before, but
She brightens up a little bit and tries to smile. You're all very kind for helping me this much. Thank you. I really don't know how much longer I would have been there if you all hadn't come along.
well, probably best not to think of such things. It's all in the past, anyhow.
I suppose.
But oh, maybe there is a way I could help you find your father. At least find some clues, but well, I suppose we'll have to take care of this problem first. And he kind of, gestures back towards the stairs.
Oh yes, working a little bit at a time, with just what's right in front of you is a good way to start with anything.
I really hadn't thought there would be this much effort. But once we do get back to Fortun Isol, I mean, what will you do?
Well, I suppose I'll go looking. I'll try and see if my friend Cedric is still around. If anyone would have taken care of my things, then he would have. If he isn't, then she sort of frowns again and purses her lips. I'm not sure. I guess I would have to think of something.
He gives a small smile. Well, one day at a time, and I do hope your friend Cedric will be there. It'll be good to have always good to have a place to go back to.
Yes, a home.
What did you do in Fortun Isol? I mean, besides beyond before the castle explorations, or was this what you always did? This sort of thing.
A few different things. I did some delivery work and, um, tutored children, cleaned houses. Odd jobs, mostly.
A little bit of everything.
Mhm.
Well, then I'm sure that even after all these 11 years, you'll still have people who remember you.
I hope so.
I've no doubt of it. You've already made quite the impression, and we've only known you for less than 24 hours.
She smiles bashfully. I hope it's a good thing, at least.
He smiles. Very, very good thing. I have no doubt that, well, if we hadn't found you, we'd probably still be lost in those mountains somewhere. Maybe puttering around the keep still.
Well, I'm glad that I've been able to help you. I like helping people.
He gives a smile at that. Well, I suppose we should get some sleep while we still can.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think that'll be it for Frey.
Are we gonna be taking watches down here?
Is that in character or?
I guess it was out of character.
Okay. Like I said, for the sake of narrative brevity, you guys are gonna be fine for the night.
Oh, okay. Alright.
It was just the threat of the night and everything that was really getting to you. Rowan, you're not so much learning a spell as you are trying to create a spell based on instruction.
Ooh.
I would like you to... So, you know what? I know what's gonna happen, but you don't, so you're going to have to enter this spell yourself and keep track of what it does.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Give me a int magic.
Okay. Amazing. This is... Please roll well. Yes! Thank God!
Oh my god.
Okay. I needed that. Of all
So-
the times to roll well, I'm so glad it was on that one. Okay.
You spend the evening messing around with this, intent on being able to focus, conjure something. This is known as one of the more simplistic spells. At least from what you can tell based on the description, it's more of a, like, you're practicing and learning a powerful spell for the first time. Keep it, you know, KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid.
Right.
What you wish to name it is up to you. What it seems to be able to do, or at least based on your research, learning, and practice, is enlarge limbs. That's right,
Enlarge
just limbs.
Okay.
Either arms or legs.
But not both.
Or head, I guess. I guess you could enlarge head as well. That is considered a limb for the sake of the spell.
Does it enlarge one limb? Or all of the
Well,
things
you rolled
limbs?
pretty well. I'm not sure. We'll find out when you cast it. I told you, you're learning what this spell does.
Okay. I'm very excited to enlarge Mira's fists and let her fucking go to town on the next person we fight. But okay. Okay. Mechanically, is this a level 1 spell?
Mechanically, it is level 1. Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay. Enlarge limbs. I will remember
You can call
that.
it whatever you want, of course. This is
Sure.
yeah.
I will probably name it officially after I've used it and figured out exactly what happens.
Okay, so that. The night goes by without any issues. You know what I will say? In order to properly learn this spell, you are going to have to cast it once.
Okay.
So. All right.
Okay. I can that can come out of tomorrow's spell slots, right? Because
Yeah.
I don't have it
Yeah.
currently. Okay.
Okay, so with that, I will say you finish up in the morning as you guys are breaking camp essentially to prepare for your arcane plan. And who would you like to cast this on?
I think it seems evil to cast a spell I don't know what it's going to do on anyone but myself.
You have an idea of what it's going to do.
Yeah, but I mean, but Rohan doesn't know until like I don't know. Like I think he is like. I think it's very much like with the jail cell door. Like he'll fuck around and find out if he's the issue, but or like if he's putting himself in danger. But it's
Okay.
kind of rude to be like, "Hey, Mira, come over here." Oh no, you don't have arms anymore. You know, like.
Why would you do this to me?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna cast it on myself, I guess.
All right.
No,
and,
wait. I only have one good arm. That's not a good idea. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna walk up to Mira when we wake up and just be like, "Hey, Mira, I have been learning a spell and I need to cast it on someone to test it. What I think it does is enlarge limbs, and you know, I only have one good arm at the moment. I feel like maybe that would be something you could make use of. But again, I've never cast it before. Would you want me to cast it on you? If not, I can cast it on myself and, you know, whatever. But I'm going to leave it up to you.
Is Frey near enough to overhear this?
I mean, I'm not trying to be quiet. So, like, if you want to be, yeah, I think so.
So Frey will pipe up and say, "Do you remember what happened the last time you were practicing with something magical?"
That's why I'm asking. I didn't do it without her permission. She can,
What?
you know.
What happened?
I just sort of like awkwardly lift up my like bandaged up arm.
He fused his arm with a bar in one of those jail cells.
Oh,
If you heard screaming about an hour before we came up to your door, that would be why.
oh. Maybe we should wait until we're somewhere safer.
Well, I'm gonna do it now. So if you don't want to do it now, I'll do it on myself.
She
Well, he
frowns.
certainly has 2 legs.
I really think that's a good idea. Can there you wait for a better time and a place? We already have to worry about Streak and getting Henrietta down here somehow.
But I think it'll be useful. It could be useful dealing with this.
If you hurt yourself again, then won't it be harder for us to get back to where it's safe? Where you can do more
Before I forget,
finding out?
everybody gets 3 hit points back and 1 system strain. Back.
Okay. Rowan in his head is just thinking, fucking, I shouldn't have asked. I should have just done it on myself. Now I'm getting lectured about how I shouldn't be doing this. But that's in his head. Garrett probably hears that up on top.
Oh.
Fine. I'll wait.
Ray just lets out like a sigh of relief.
Okay, I guess I don't know the spell yet then.
Yeah, I should have not told you anything about it until you cast it for the first time.
Yeah. Okay, Mom. Alright.
Alright, so. With that. What's the plan? Rowan's heading up to cast a spell?
I've been told not to.
I mean,
The other spell.
Yeah,
Knocked
the
out of
other
it.
spell.
Oh, the other spell. Okay, thank God.
Get me down.
Yes, okay. I'm still salty about this. Like, I've forgotten that there was a whole other thing I was supposed to do.
Bitch, I died yesterday.
he's like, no, I'm not helping Streak till I get to give him a big head.
All right. I go walk up to the what's their faces
All
to
right.
Streak and Garrett and Henrietta.
Slowly pout your way up the staircase.
Yeah. Alrighty. Hello, folks. Are we ready
What's
to-
eating you? You look like someone pissed in your milk.
It was
What
me.
an
I
expression.
did it.
You know, I wanted to do some magical stuff, but I've been told I have to be responsible. So
Aren't you guys wearing earrings?
yeah, I assume
that's
you probably
right.
wasn't like paying attention really, but
I mean, I hold up the cards. Streak and I were playing cards, so I was focusing on that.
yeah, we didn't bring rope, but we did bring a set of cards.
Of course.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll get around to it. Anyway, are we ready to? Well, at least Henrietta is gonna run down the side of this cliff.
Yes.
Are we
Yep.
good? We ready to go? Alrighty. Casting spell. Alrighty. I'm casting it on. I guess I'll cast it on me and Shrieg and Henrietta. I don't think we should use it because it's another system strain, but you know, if we fall, then we can tap into that maybe.
Okay.
Right, you kind of dive, tuck, roll, and just sprint down the rest of the way.
Yeah, but Henrietta will use it to get down the side of the cliff or whatever.
Oh, Henrietta's gonna be so happy.
Yeah.
God, if you guys knew how much system strain Henrietta had.
Was that a
4
lot or
out
not
of
a lot?
200.
She's a pack mule. What do you think?
A lot.
Anyway, so
You
with
can
all that
sleep
said,
too, right?
I mean how much she's capable of having.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so all that said, so with that, you guys are going down. Who's going down first?
Henrietta, we gotta send her down.
You give her a nice slap on the ass, and she just boom down there, and boom through the camp, boom into the thicket of trees. That's the last you see of her right now.
She'll be back.
Okay, yeah, she'll run in circles, I assume. Alrighty, we going down the stairs? Let's go.
Are you guys going down together, or?
I'll go last.
Maybe. Sorry. I'll go first. I guess. Why not?
Yes, I'm in the middle.
Rowan?
Okay.
You have no problems going down. You're careful, a
Oh,
little
wait.
slow, but
Do I still have a -2?
yes, you do.
You eat shit on the way down.
You
Yeah, I
are
shouldn't
fine
have.
for a little while, and you're kind of like shimmying, getting down, whoop, and you like instinctively like start to slip, and you go to catch yourself with your right arm, and your left hand, as your left hand starts to slip, and you slam your right arm as hard as possible with all of your weight into one of the steps. And you are taking Ugh, max damage. As you just into it, and it is like you can feel fresh blood flowing now. Like, it fucking, like, your arm is numb and sore and painful again. But you didn't fall, so that's a good thing. It just took damage. You can roll another one. Oh, wait, no, you just take damage. You're able to get down. Below a 6 is when you then have to reroll.
Nice. Okay. All right.
So.
That's me.
Pretty much, like, your arm was, like, getting tingly and, like, starting to go numb in a good way. Not anymore. Now it is just radiating pain all up and down it, all the way up to, like, your shoulder.
Right.
You can't really feel your fingers right now. Like, you can watch them touch each other, like your fingers, but you can't feel them because there's so much goddamn pain in your arm.
Right. We'll have to see if Garrett can heal me later.
Next.
I have a question.
Yes.
What if I butt scooch down?
It's too steep. Like, it's too steep to butt scooch down.
The whole way?
Wait, you mean like... What do you mean by butt? Like a dog, like, wiping its ass?
No. Like, I'm, like, sitting my way down the stairs.
Oh,
instead of
okay.
walking. So
you
that
can-
way I don't fall. If I lose my balance, I'll just slip a little bit.
You can try.
Hate the way you say that. Thank God.
Pain, exhaustion, everything. It ain't shit to you, Streak. You could just come down last night. Which someone had to take care of, Henrietta. Streak gets down, no problem. Garrett!
Doop-de-doo. Exert Dex. I am gonna re-roll that.
Nice.
I like how I didn't even have to say anything. Yeah, an 8 gets you down. You guys get down with minimal problems outside of the fact that Rowan's arm is back to being just as painful as it was right after he dealt with it.
Garrett, do you want to heal me?
Yeah,
real
let me
quick,
take a
please?
look at that. I'll see what I can do to staunch the bleeding and kind of adjust the splinting and everything, and maybe replace some bandages.
Nice, thank you.
When you take it off, you notice, the way he hit it, the splint, the way you put it in, was pretty good. The way he hit it, he essentially stabbed himself in the arm where he already had a cut with the splint after cracking it with how hard he hit it. So you have to spend a little while, like, pulling splinters and pieces of wood and things out.
This is gonna hurt a little bit, but we'll get you patched up.
So
And just kind of, hey, what's that over there? What? Pull the
was just like-
splint out.
I'm in pain. I'm not 6.
It works with dislocated shoulders
Sure.
if you do it right.
Sorry, Ronnie, you were saying something?
Yeah, so while they're doing that, Frey is kind of standing off to the side and he just says, well, Henrietta ran right past us and into the trees.
Yeah. Cool. Great.
While I'm taking the 10 to 15 minutes to heal up Rohan's arm, does Henrietta return, or is she just gone?
You hear this, how long does this fucking last again?
I think. Good question. That might not be here.
Remainder of the
It's-
scene.
Yeah. Yes.
You hear the sound of like, it sounds kind of like a machine gun of feet running in the thicket. And then a couple of minutes later, you hear a very loud thud.
Oh.
That is a no me gusta.
And about 30 seconds later, Henrietta comes almost embarrassingly walking out of the thicket of trees with a wishbone-shaped tree trunk, like large branch wrapped around her head.
Oh my god.
She does not seem harmed, just embarrassed.
Okay.
Henrietta, do you need some help?
Yeah, let's... For Henrietta. I guess we help get the... Well, I mean, if I'm still busy dealing with Rohan, I don't, but yeah, someone help.
Oh, should we heal Streeg? Because you've lost the system strain now, right?
Uh-huh.
I did lose a system strain.
He will be back up to maximum system strain, though, so I can heal Streeg after I finish healing Rohan if that is what he would like.
Yeah. I mean,
That might not be a bad thing.
Okay. So I will roll for it, and we will assume that Streeg now gets
Yeah.
the dice
Damn.
gods giveth and the dice gods taketh away.
you're gonna fall down something and take exactly 3 damage. You're just gonna be like, damn it. I was so close.
Well, you went from 1 to like 6.
Yeah. Don't feel like shit.
Oh yeah, that's true. You get the 3 from, what do you call it?
Yeah.
Also. Yeah.
So, hey, that's something. All
Yeah.
that said, congratulations, you guys. You defeated the mountain.
Yay!
It took 2 sessions.
It took 2 sessions.
These stairs were my Everest.
They say the last 50 feet are the worst, but they meant it literally in this sense.
Mm-hmm.
And we can finally put some of this music to rest. The wackiness gives way to more relaxedness. And you guys begin making your way once more. Garrett, are you wayfinding?
I absolutely will wayfind.
You know
on
the
our
drill.
way. Do you want survivor notice?
Notice.
Okay, regular whiz.
Actually, in this case, I think we're gonna want survival because you want the most efficient path back to the road right now.
Okay. I will give
Unless,
you-
like, yeah, because Garrett, you're not keeping watch, you're tracking your wayfinding right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I will give you a wisdom survive.
A wisdom survival. Oh my god! It's Garrett's world today. Well, it's Garrett's world
Sorry,
today, unless,
Streak.
yeah. I'm sorry, Streak. I didn't mean to laugh at you.
I deserve it. It's okay.
It's
Streak really is going through his emo arc right now.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Who is going to be keeping watch for the group while Garrett tries to lead you in the correct direction?
I think Rohan is just thinking about how much his arm hurts. So
Or you can
I
look
mean, I'll
around.
be keeping an eye out.
You know, there is a spell you could use that could affect your arm.
enlarge.
I really want to. I'm gonna do it.
Right now?
Yeah, we're safe now.
Oh, I'm so
Okay.
happy.
Wait.
Okay.
So we're gonna
No,
enlarge
yeah,
his
I
limb.
am screwed. Yes, I guess so. I'm doing it on my right arm, I guess.
Well, it's not going to just be your... Well, are you focusing specifically, or are you just doing arms?
I guess arms.
Okay. All right. I mean, you get to choose. You get to choose what you want to do, and you're going to learn how a spell works.
I'll do arms.
All right. as you guys begin walking, Garrett, you get a good idea of where you are, and just kind of begin your tracking in the direction of the main road. And shortly after, you hear Rohan with the very inimitable incantations of arcane. I can't think of another sound word casting. And you guys watch as Rohan, your arms just begin to glow, like those little motes of light that you're so used to conjuring begin to like form around them. And you just start to see muscles grow. And your arms get bigger, your shoulders, your traps, and like they keep getting bigger, and then they just like, you guys like hear this crunching sound as like bone begins to grow longer and wider, and just and after a few seconds of this, the glowing motes of light begin to subside, and Rowan is kind of built like a gorilla now.
What did that do to the wound in his arm?
Rowan, your arm does not hurt at all right now.
Wow, okay. Amazing.
Yes, you do. Your arms are literally like the size of your torso now.
Okay. I think I just sort of like look at the others kind of like bewildered. Just like, I guess this is what the spell does.
What's gonna happen when it wears off?
Does it wear off?
Your guess is as good as mine. I think Rowan is just like shocked and amused and just like, okay, I don't know what to do with this. He's like walking like on his arms like a gorilla or whatever. No wait, you know that? No wait, I know exactly what it is. Hold on, I gotta find a GIF real quick.
I will say also, Rowan, you have doubled your readied. You can now ready up to 6 encumbrance.
Ooh, okay, nice,
Until the spell wears off.
amazing.
Who knows how long that'll be?
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah.
I moved
guess
to the other side of the group.
Cool.
Yeah,
All
Frey
right.
is just staring.
Oh, and I will rewrite the spell to sound normal once you've discovered everything
The
about
Bulba.
Jesus.
All right, so who's keeping watch then, or is no one?
I'm keeping an
I
eye
guess-
out.
Yeah.
One person who's like mainly going to be the scout, essentially.
I could.
Okay. All right, give me a wisdom notice.
Nice.
I see fucking everything.
By the way, Big Arms Rowan is my new favorite, like, cursed thing from the campaign. I hate it so much.
I need you to make AI art of that, just so you know.
I was gonna say that.
Could he tech? So it has to be like a whole limb. He couldn't do just like his fingers or his toes.
What do you want to do with my fingers?
I just think it would be hilarious to have just incredibly long fingers. Just like. It's to freak people out.
I think giant arms will do that.
Alright, so, in the meantime, you guys begin on your way. The hours begin counting as you end up on the road. Garrett, you do your best to wayfind the group back to the back to the main road, and then after a couple of hours of that, for the first time in what feels like a month, but in reality hasn't been more than a couple days, you guys see civilization. Or at least evidence of it.
So was that still quicker than going back to Dallaford and then going up the road?
Yeah. Mechanically, yes. Narratively, yes. Counting real life time, no.
Right.
Otherwise, you guys have time to stop for lunch. The day is currently yours. You have noticed nothing out of the ordinary or strange. You are back on a road. It is so nice.
Right. I say we make some trails. Cook up some dust.
Anyway, there you guys go. I'm so sorry that I had to make that.
Horrifying.
I hate it.
Yeah.
So awful. Technology was a mistake. And
As we walk, I'm just off to the side punching things. Just like trees or whatever.
yeah, you like, and they like shake. Like, you're fucking strong. Like, you imagine this is what it must be like to be Mira.
Oh, don't hurt the poor trees.
I won't.
They didn't do anything to you. She looks like genuinely a little sad.
You don't know. That tree was real mean to me.
Trees can't talk.
That one right there is a racist.
Oh
He
no,
doesn't
Rowan's
have it.
getting roid rage.
Mira genuinely, like, turns and stares at the tree, like, brow furrowed.
Streak does
How
as
do you
well.
know?
Rohan just like is giggling as soon as as long as she's not looking at him, and then it's just like straight faced again when she looks at him again. Just like,
Because it's an elm, they're always racist.
yeah.
She looks confused.
Garrett just calls that like over his shoulder. It just like doesn't even look at the tree. Just
Yeah. Rohan is like earring him, just like, thank you.
Rowan, I would like you
Anything
to
about that. She like sort of mumbles.
this is just for me, so I apologize. But Rowan, give me a luck save.
Oh boy, okay.
And as you kind of move over and begin walking, you kind of punch that tree one more time, and as you start to turn away, feel like the shooting pain in your right arm, and over the course of the next 10 seconds or so, your arms go back to normal, and that pain on your right arm is all back.
Great. Rohan's just like real sad in the back, just like, damn.
that's okay, buddy. We'll get you. We'll get you a chance to use those arms again.
We'll get you better arms.
Can't wait to do this on legs.
So with that, the rest of your guys' days, you have, oh boy. Let's see here. Some travel time, huh? You are full tilt to Fortun Isol, correct?
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Let me go ahead and get a rough estimate for timing. Sorry, I'm doing some quick math. So, Garrett, a little while later, you start recognizing some landmarks, and you know that at current pace, about 2.5 days to Fortun Isol.
All right, I will relay that to everyone.
Why did you forget to show over for next day?
Just 2 more days. 2 more days.
And a half.
Yeah, it's like afternoon now, so you'll probably get there like evening. Like it's like 2, 3 in the afternoon. Well, no, you guys got up real fucking early, so it's probably like noon. So you'll probably get there at like sunset-ish on the 3rd day from now.
Okay. Sunset-ish on the 3rd day.
So, with
Will the
no
gates like let us in at that time, or are they shutting?
Fortun Isol doesn't have gates, unfortunately. That's the reason it got the worst of the Black Sun, and there's an entire section of the city that's been abandoned where it's illegal to live because a lot of like the homeless have kind of moved into the abandoned parts of the city. And they call them the dregs, and they made being homeless illegal and arrest people for trying to live there.
Welcome to America.
No, it's Fortun Isol. I digress. The next... I need to ask, is there anything immediate that you guys want to do, need to do during your travel right now? Any discussions you need to have while you're first getting on the road on this first day or no?
Garrett does want to kind of talk to Strieg and see if he can find a little bit more about the situation with Fortun Isol.
Okay.
He doesn't have to go super in detail into it, but just kind of like, he'll even take the earring out if Strieg will prefer that. But he's just kind of like, he comes up, he's like, hey, so you had mentioned that you had some issues with the guard kind of in Fortun Isol. As we're getting closer, I think, a little more information would be helpful to understand kind of what we're walking into.
Go around it. We could just go around it still. That's still an option.
Dude, you almost died. Like, we need to get you some kind of healing better than I can do. And the closest place to do something like that will really help you is going to be Fortun Isol.
I guess. I guess.
I mean, you don't have to go into a ton of detail, but like, was this a recent, or high profile issue? Because depending on how recent or high profile it was, they may not even seriously be looking for you anymore.
What year is it? What year is it right now?
1656. I didn't know if it was in character or not, I'm sorry.
A little bit of both. It was like 2 years ago. I was there last.
Okay, and you said you killed someone?
I mean, and Streak is like, you can tell he is visibly nervous. Like, he is like looking around and like tapping on his pants leg, just trying to get out of this conversation so bad.
If you really don't, I just like, was it someone important or someone not important? I just need, just to kind of understand what we're walking into. If you don't need to go into details, if you don't want to, I understand. And it's not, I don't particularly care that you've killed people. We've had to kill multiple people just to get here, so that's kind of not a huge issue, especially if it was.
I killed a lot of people.
You killed a lot of people.
A lot of people.
How quiet is this conversation?
That's
I
a
mean, we're
really
all
good question because
silent,
I know
right?
I know Garrett's
I mean,
trying to be subtle, but
Yeah, I feel like Garrett would have tried to like kind of
Oh, Street is
Talk to him.
keeping his voice low.
yeah.
Okay.
I'd
Okay.
say that Frey is in the habit of listening in on conversations he's not a part of. So I could roll something to see if he overhears.
yeah, give me an int notice.
Okay.
Yeah, Garrett is not wearing the earring at this time. Sorry,
Still.
Rohan.
Nope.
Nope.
He hears nothing. I think Frey has actually been kind of keeping his distance from Streak during this.
I'm gonna assume this was like an accident versus premeditated. I don't see you as the kind of person who just starts going around murdering people.
I don't know what that second word is.
Premeditated means you planned it in advance. Like you're like, you know what? Today's the day I'm gonna go out there and just kill a whole bunch of people.
He winces. Yeah,
Okay.
that one.
It was that one.
That one.
Was this like gang related, or was this just?
Kind of. Hello. What? Let's go with that.
Okay. That's okay. So, all right. So it might still be a bit of a big deal.
Yeah.
Maybe we can have Rohan do a little something to make it look a little different, or Frey, I'm sure, has some kind of disguise or makeup ability that they can help you out with. So,
You're taking this really well.
I mean, if it was up to me, in order to like make this work, I would have no problem going around. It's just you need the help, and you don't seem like the kind of person who would hurt people because you enjoy hurting people. You know, it's not like you're a... You don't seem like a bad person. I feel that if you had ended up killing these people, it was probably for a reason.
I don't think I'm a good person, Garrett.
Well, you may not be the person that you were then either.
Pretty sure I'm still Streak.
All right, well, we can cross that bridge when we get to it, though. But
I don't remember bridges around Fortun Isol.
it's a figure of speech. We're not actually crossing any bridges. It's a figure of speech. But yeah, so no, I mean, look, I will keep this on the down low if there's anything you feel you need to share, but I will talk to I will kind of let everyone know, like, hey, we got to come up with a plan to kind of disguise you before we go into the city, as you had previously mentioned that you had some issues, and that'll be the easiest way to handle it. But if there's anything you feel you need to or want to tell anyone else, I will leave that up to you, and we'll go from there. I'm sorry I had to press on this. It's just it's kind of important to know what we're walking into, you know?
Yeah, I guess. Sorry, this shit I did is gonna make it hard for us.
what I've seen, we seem to have a habit of making it hard for ourselves.
That's a very good point.
So we'd probably do something dumb and make it hard for ourselves anyways, just like in Alisir.
Yeah, you're probably right.
So don't dwell on it too much. So at that point I just kind of give Streak a reassuring pat on the back and keep on moving on with the rest.
And otherwise, you guys continue your journey. The day goes by without incident, as, surprisingly, does the night. The next day, as the clock turns once more, get to the crossroads to Gorestone. That is not your destination, and the T-junction you say goodbye to, and continue on your way to Fortun Isol. And it is near... that is another night of rest, by the way, so another level of exhaustion, another level of, you lose a system strain and gain 3 HP.
Yay.
It is that night that you guys are through your travels. It would be, I suppose, with no wayfinding, would Garrett have taken over being the scout, or would Mira still be doing it?
I mean, Garrett could have taken it over if Mira doesn't want to.
He is probably better at it.
Alright. It would be first Garrett, then, who notices something strange. Like, weird stuff happens on the road, but it's sundown, you're getting ready to set up for camp for the night.
Did mention bandits.
And it's... you can see in the distance, maybe a couple 100 feet at most. Maybe 100 feet, even. You can't immediately make it out. But it looks like a few small flickering lights, like candles or something.
Are they moving towards us, away from us, alongside us?
Neither. About 100 feet up in the road. Looks like in the middle of the road, there's just a few candles lit. And as you kind of get like a little bit closer, give me a int notice.
Okay.
Let's see how that goes. My God. My God, he swings. You see... how close are you? Like, a couple of larger, almost like small sconces. Along with a few candles and things. You're maybe, I'd say, 50, 60 feet away. Everyone can see it, but Garrett being the scout up ahead, you probably see it a little bit better.
So I'll, so, I mean, and they're just chilling in the middle of the road, like...
yeah, like the sconces are on the ground, like on the road, and then the little, what look like candles are, like, scattered maybe up to 2.5 feet up. They seem to be arranged in some kind of pattern.
This is weird. Hey, Rohan, do you want to look at some, candles? Maybe recognize if there's any kind of magical layout to them?
Yeah, can I make any sort of check?
Yeah, you guys are approaching it then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slowly. Cautiously.
Alright, once you're maybe... how close are you getting? Like, right up to it? Once you're maybe 15, 20 feet away, you can see that, like, it almost looks like Like an altar or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say about 20, 25.
You can make out that like they're sitting on something that's like multi-tiered.
Okay.
And this isn't something that was on the road the last time Garrett came this way.
No, weirdly enough, Garrett has never encountered a small, like, set of candles on a, you know...
Road altar sign in the
yeah,
middle, yeah.
on a road altar sign in the middle of the fucking road.
How many candles are there?
From what you can see from the perspective you're on, you're counting probably at least 10 or 12.
Okay, so it's not an inspection thing. Or if it is, it's a different kind of inspection thing than what I was thinking of.
Doesn't seem like... I mean... Want to give me a int prey?
Sure. I can give you an int pray to see if maybe it's a religious thing. Pray.
That ain't no religious thing you've ever heard of on your travels. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Thanks,
Okay.
Robert.
Appreciate
But
it.
nonetheless...
Whenever you sing, I just have flashbacks to Molly.
But nonetheless, no, it doesn't seem to be anything religious as far as you know.
I just kind of think to him, to Rohan, does this ring any bells? The layout, anything?
Do I think it could be, I don't know, part of some sort of spell or magical ritual? And it's like an altar, but if it's not religious.
Give me an int magic.
Okay.
A complicated arcane ritual is probably the most likely thing, but the candles, like, I mean, how close are you getting?
20 feet? 15
Okay, you're not getting any closer?
I mean, I'll let Garrett lead. If he thinks we should.
Alright, because the relevance of my description is going to be based on how close you guys are, so.
Yeah, I guess I'll edge forward.
Once you
Walk
get
up,
I'm gonna
to...
stay there.
Once you get to about 10 feet or so, you okay with that?
Yeah.
Alright. Once you get to about 10 feet, you roll me an evasion save. No, I'm kidding.
Jesus.
You can see that the candles don't really look like they've melted. Whatever this is, it had to have been set up very recently, but you don't see anyone. Definitely like an arcane ritual of some sort has to be the most likely thing, but like you're on a mostly flat, slightly hilly terrain with very little around you. Admittedly, it's sundown, like, you know, it's time to set up camp sundown. But you don't see anyone. Like, they could be laying, like, down quiet on, like, a hill watching you, but they had to have just set this up and then, like, ran. Like, the candles don't look like they've melted at all. The two little braziers on either side look like they're burning very healthily.
No, we didn't see anyone prior to this, and
You've seen some people on the road, but like coming the opposite way of you,
right,
as you do when you're on the road between two major cities, but nothing really.
What do you think? Do you want to actually get it in close to it, or do you want to go around this thing?
I think not our circus, not our monkeys. I think we just walk around it.
Not your race, not your horse.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I think we
Alright, so
don't
we'll-
have to concern ourselves. If nobody's attacked us yet, then I think the only thing that might make them attack us is if we mess up whatever they're trying to do here. So
So I guess we'll go back to the rest of the group, let them know, hey, there's something weird hanging out in the middle of the road. We're gonna kind of swing wide of it, I would say, probably.
Yeah.
Like, is it just like clearing on all sides?
Oh
How
yeah.
close is the?
I mean, you can see on the map. There's not a lot.
Yeah.
You're in
Is it
flatland.
like? So it's like plains, like
yeah,
high
rolling
grass, low
rolling
grass?
hills at most. But other than that, it's just like occasional tall grass, short grass, and you're starting to also smell that good watery air as you get ever closer to the Vaudelaire Sea.
I say we swing 50 feet wide out and just kind of bypass it.
Yeah, works for me.
Or do any of you want to take a closer look at these weird candles?
I
Not
don't
really,
feel
no.
I don't feel any pressing need to either.
Works for me. Mira?
I forgot to turn my headphone back on.
Proof that Mira's a robot.
Everybody's wearing a headset, Robert,
I'm not.
or headphones or something.
Also not.
Shut up. You made me forget the fucking question.
Do you want
Do you want to
to
investigate the candles?
go see the fun candle altar?
She looks hesitant and sort of
Everyone else has said no.
shrugs.
Alright. Alright, so let's just swing wide. We'll give it like 50 feet or so.
Yeah.
And just swing wide. Go past it.
All right.
Garrett's going to want to keep a lookout to see if there's any bandits or anything who are going to try to pop up out of the ground or sneak around or whatever while we're distracted by
Any
the
evidence
candles
of
as
an
we're going
ambush or anything?
by. Yeah.
All right, give me another int notice as you begin to move around it with a wide berth. No one wants to go close and examine it?
That is currently a no.
Last call?
I'm good.
For once, we are not answering the
For
call. to
once, you
adventure.
guys are not answering it!
We finally learned.
All right.
We're all just so tired, both in game and out.
Oh,
Yeah, just
and
like,
you leave... Yeah, well,
dude.
don't worry, you'll be in Fortun Isol soon. That's where everything will be nice and relaxed.
Of course.
really.
And so, you make a wide berth around the strange altar. How much further are you going?
How dark is it?
It's like... It's set up camp time.
Think we could go maybe like a quarter mile, half mile? I just want to put some space between the candles and where we set up camp.
Yeah, I think that seems fair.
All right, make it another quarter mile. Push that extra good. 1,500 feet. What's a
Yeah.
mile? A mile's 5 tomatoes, right? Yeah.
It's at least 3 bananas.
No,
1,500
5
meters.
tomatoes.
Zero.
It's a mnemonic
great.
device. 5 tomatoes. 5280. 5 tomatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird, but that actually works for me.
I mean, it is at least 5 tomatoes.
Also true. So you can make it another 1,500 feet or so, and finally, once you cannot see that altar anymore, you set up your camp and begin setting up your tents and getting a fire going and all that good stuff. And as you do, the night begins to take things away, but as you're all starting to lay down, you've decided your watches. Garrett, you notice, coming from up the road, the same direction you guys came, a cloaked figure walking in your direction. Oh,
Oh,
walking in the direction, like, it's coming the same way you guys did down the road.
Is it coming like at the camp, or is it just walking past? Because we're not like immediately
yeah,
on the road.
you can tell before the figure would have to make that decision.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll keep an eye on it, but if it's gonna like come up to camp, I'm gonna stop it before, like call out to it before it gets to camp. I will definitely radio Rohan and let him know that we got someone coming up with the earring.
Radio.
We're just connected on a different level. You wouldn't understand unless you were a robot.
So, about as the figure starts to walk by, it gets as far as like where the path that you kind of took to go off the road is, and it just begins waving at you, just left and right on its right arm, just waving back and forth.
How far away is it from us? Like,
how far
20
away did you
feet?
take the camp off the road? I imagine at least 20, 30 feet.
Yeah. I'll call out, hello, can we help you?
Still waving.
Don't like that.
And it's just standing still on the road, waving.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he can wave himself out for all I care.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we don't engage.
I was just thinking the exact opposite.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it seems like it can't leave the road, or won't. So maybe we just let it do what it's doing until it leaves the road. Then we know that we have to do something, but
I mean, I'll go halfway just to see if I can get maybe a better look at it without actually like going to it.
Okay.
I will go with him just in case.
Boy, with the spider in his back, he's back.
Oh, God, if only. If fucking only. You get about halfway, and the waving stops, and the figure begins, like, beckoning for you to come to it.
Do you need, so I just, kind of from there, like, can I see it better, or is it still kind of shadowy?
Still shadowy.
How well illuminated is it in Rohan's 30-foot radius light?
Oh, that's a good point. Pretty well illuminated, but, like, the cloak is wide enough that you can't make out a face.
All right, I call out again. Do you need help with anything? Is there a reason why you would like us to come with you?
No immediate response, just beckoning you closer still.
I look at Mira.
She looks a little scared. She, like, shakes her head and, like, kind of grabs his sleeve like she's a little scared.
Why don't you come over here if you need help? You can come back to the fire and explain what's going on. It's probably, it's a bit cold out tonight, I'm sure, because we're into autumn.
At this point, the figure shakes their head and then points with their left arm. They're looking, you're north of the road, and they're pointing left, which is the way you guys came.
Mm-hmm.
and then beckons for you to follow and begins walking back up the road.
That's tempting. Goddamn.
How common are mute people?
Not at all. Also, mute doesn't mean has to be creepy.
No, that's true. But like if they're mute, they're not talking, like that would be a weird thing.
Yeah, no, mute, very strange.
Okay. Well, I will go back to the rest of the group and be like, hey, it's wandering back up the road towards those candles. It's beckoning us to go with it, but you're thinking we should stay here?
I don't like it.
Yeah, I think we've walked down enough side roads. Whatever this is, I don't think we want any part of it.
Did it appear urgent at all?
Very slowly walking.
Okay. So it doesn't need help. No, we'll stay where we are.
Alright.
I'll take first watch, I guess.
Maybe we should double up on watches tonight.
Probably not a bad idea.
I'll take first watch with Garrett then.
Alright. For the sake, once more, of narrative brevity and ease, you guys do have your watches. You keep yourself awake and carefully looking for strange cloaked figures, but a strange cloaked figure never comes back. Once they disappeared down the road, they never came back. And the night was safe once more.
Cool.
Bring you back to a nice, relaxed evening. You get your rest, you heal another system strain, another 3 HP. Another day goes by.
Does anyone want any extra healing now that we've managed to get rid of some system strain? Is everyone fully healed?
I'm full.
How is Rohan's arm doing?
Good
Better.
question. Okay.
Like, I would say, you know, he's at a point where it's a -2 or -1, depending on how important 2 arms are now, rather than a -4, -2.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
I would take another heal.
Okay. I will roll for a heal on, There we go, finally a good one for Streak.
Thank God.
You guys have finally made it. The journey from Alasir to Fortun Isol is almost over.
Fuck.
So, I mean, probably the morning of that we would be going into Fortun Isol, I am going to remind everyone that we need to come up with some kind of disguise for Strieg.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do it indefinitely, but I'll only be able to cast a little more magic then. Any day where Strieg is disguised. So
Alternatively,
Another. Sorry, go ahead.
I would say alternatively, you know, do Frey or Mira have any kind of make-up type experience that we could use to disguise Strieg in a more mundane manner?
Well, if
Coming with me.
You don't have a full bureau with makeup and everything with you at all times?
No,
Well, I'm carrying some makeup, though it could be as simple as, well, if you're trying to not be recognized by people who know you, it's all about expectations, really. Could be as simple as cleaning you up, dressing you well.
I do have an extra dress, but it got ripped up a little bit.
I have a spare set of clothing as well.
I don't think a dress was quite what she meant for Streak.
Robert,
She
how fucked up
shrugs.
does Streak still look?
I'm sorry?
How fucked up does Streak still look?
Let's take a look at what his stats say. His HP is good, but he still is at 8 of 9 system strain.
Might take a little bit more than some fancy dress.
Has he developed any more bulging veins?
Surprisingly not.
Does he look better from all the smoke dragon poison thing in him and the
He
blood
looks as
dragon?
good as someone who, a few days ago was staring death in the face could, given the circumstances.
Okay.
Perhaps the venom worked its way out of his system? Who knows?
Okay.
Well, I mean, putting some color back into your face, and we can certainly hide the bags under your eyes. No, I think this could work.
Okay.
Is the goal to make Streak look like himself again?
I sure hope not.
Like, that's what it
would
seems
know.
like you guys are trying to do right now.
Well, my idea is that assuming that Streak has, always kind of looked like the way he's looked,
Ah.
the idea is to make him look, cleaner, dressed nicer, so that, someone's not gonna, if they're thinking, I want to find Streak, they're not thinking, I want to find some, well-dressed gentleman. That's what Frey is thinking of right now.
We're going back to fancy dress ballroom Streak.
Oh, you guys can do like a trading places thing where Frey dresses up as Streak and Streak dresses up as Frey.
No, Frey does not want that.
Oh,
Probably don't want to do that.
but I want that.
Just do a face-off.
But yeah, so Frey will go over to his bag on Henrietta and start taking out some stuff. A hairbrush, a makeup kit, soap.
Streak's gonna be so fucking clean when you're done.
I'm just like, this is gonna take so long. There's so much blood on me.
I definitely imagine Streak getting cleaned as when a cat is forced to take a bath. Just
Definitely.
so angry.
Let's just
No,
It's
this
find
is
a river
humiliating.
and throw him in.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, is there a river or a pond or something nearby?
I mean, eventually the road to Fortun Isol does reach does go
Yeah,
up
there's this
against
kinda
the sea.
Spot right here.
So if you wait, tomorrow you can dunk him in the sea.
I mean, that is probably better than just trying to clean him from our water skins. Oh, actually, wait, don't I have a thing?
Can Streak swim?
1
We
second.
could just tie a rope
I can-
around
I
his
can-
waist. Oh, wait!
Frey can conjure petty amounts of water. Can I conjure enough water to give someone a bath Or like a sponge bath?
Sponge bath, yes. Full bath, no.
Okay. All right. So
Oh my
our options
God.
are
Fucking, it's Streak's worst purgatory, getting a bath in magic water.
He's in hell right now.
Within sight of Fortun Isol.
well, I suppose our options are we wait until we're close enough to the coastline to wash up in the sea, or we could do this on the road, or well, off the road rather.
I'll be honest, at this point, I could probably go for a wash as well. We haven't really been able to take the time to clean up too well, and then there's the whole like smoke dragon thing. I got slimed by whatever that giant ghost in the basement was, so I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I could do with a bit of a bath as well. So I wouldn't mind waiting until we got to the shoreline.
Yeah, that all sounds good to me. I certainly wouldn't mind a dip myself. It is rather cold for one. I assume it's rather cold for one. I don't know what the climate is.
Yeah, you are, like, this is, like, the equator is way up north past the jungles. Like, this is very far south cold.
Okay.
Like, once it gets to winter, like, you're talking heavy snowstorms sometimes, so...
It's bracing. We get a fire going on the beach, and then you run into the water and dunk under, and then you run back out to over by the fire. Bracing.
You sound far too excited about this.
So...
I mean, I'm covered in dried effluva of someone else, so yeah, I will admit I am a little bit excited to get cleaned up.
So, with all that said, you guys prepare, and the next day, the plan is to wash up when you're on the road?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright. So, another night, or good rest, and as you are, it's midday, as you're kind of coming upon the parts of the road where it's, like, right up against the coast. You kind of have to slide down a pretty steep bank, but you're able to with no real problems. Might be a little sandy coming back up, but hell of a lot better than being gross and dirty. Is there anything specific you guys want to do during the course of your time washing up?
Frey will definitely take a dip, shivering as he does.
Yeah, the sea is very cold this time of year, and gonna be getting colder. My favorite thing is apparently my calendar thing got disappeared. At least on my thing, so I haven't been tracking it, but I have been on the recording, so that's good enough for me for now.
Go far down the beach for modesty.
I mean, it's marked off in my calendar as 13 Halloween.
Yep, I'm updating it now.
Okay.
Should be, there
For
we go,
modesty.
15th of Halloween. Midwidane.
Rohan,
Token girl?
What? What, Alex?
Token girl? Don't want to be seen naked?
Oh.
Rohan
This is-
takes off his clothes, but it still looks fully clothed because of his glamour, and then just walks straight into.
Oh, Roa, the god of skinny dipping. How weird, but it has to look like a video game lagging. He takes off his clothes while he still has his clothes on.
Absolutely. Also, the clothes that he takes off are not the clothes that he's wearing, by the way. Because he definitely, like, is wearing, like, I don't know, not nice clothes.
Also, they're probably dirty and cut up and a mess. And you guys clean up.
Maybe we just take turns and, Mira hangs out by the mule while the guys go rinse up, and then once they come back, she can go.
Hide behind the mule.
I mean,
is that the equivalent of getting changed in the car?
Yeah.
Sure.
So, oh hey, you guys are gonna be showing up at a full moon too. How interesting is that?
Yay!
What is that supposed to mean?
I don't know. I just looked at the calendar and so there's a full moon.
I think Cassie said she was supposed to be there for the full moon, right? Or no, she was supposed to be in what's its face for the full moon. Alice here, I guess.
Alice here.
Maybe I'm remembering it incorrectly, but
that sounds right
Garrett
without me
is-
double checking.
Yeah. Well, Garrett is also washing his own clothes and in the surf the best he can while avoiding the sand that it stirs up.
So the journey continues. You all clean up. You know you'll be a little cold, but a lot cleaner when you arrive shortly before sundown to Fortun Isol.
We still need to take care of Strieg.
What is the plan with Strieg, anyway? Just clean him up a lot?
So Frey would... He would definitely give Strieg his bar of soap for the bathing part of this. And then he will... Then I think he will sit down with Strieg before the fire, and his makeup kit open in front of him. So actually it's probably best... Are we planning to arrive in Fortun Isol tonight?
Yes, was the plan, as my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Based on an average travel time, you guys, which you are keeping up with, you make it at, like, golden hour, essentially.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so he'll, like, sit down across from Strieg, opening up his makeup kit, and there is, like, Strieg, you might notice, like, a flicker of unease going across Frey's face as he kind of lifts his hand, hesitates, drawing back. Well, if we just a little something to cover the bags under your eyes, the bruising discoloration from the difficulty of the past few days, and probably wouldn't hurt to shave as well. And comb out your hair. It does take out a hairbrush at this. But he looks around a moment. Mira, would you perhaps like to help with this?
I was just about to say that I'm sure she would be in attendance. And she will nod and hold out her hand for the hairbrush.
And Frey will hand it to her. But he's
She,
Oh, go ahead.
she is very gentle.
And Frey will work on the makeup part, but there's definitely a sense of hesitance in his hands, almost like he is nervous about touching Strieg's skin.
Are you good?
Well, are you good? And he does seem to be kind of like, searching Strieg's face, his eyes.
I mean, as good as I can be, I guess.
Well, that's something at least. And really, you still feel. I mean, after such an experience, you still feel like yourself.
I don't know who else I would feel like.
Not a bad point.
Why are you looking at me like that?
So if Frey's hand, like, does kind of, brush against the skin of his face a little bit here or there, does he, like, pick up anything weird?
I'm gonna say yeah. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Sorry, I know you were expecting more, but no, just yeah.
I think Frey will falter a moment, and he'll look up at Mir and ask, "How are you with makeup?"
All right, I guess. I only had my father, so I really had to teach myself, and
How does Mir's makeup look? I mean, how did it look when we first found her?
She was covered under a decade of dust, dirt, and grime.
and I don't think she would have, like, replacements.
No.
It was probably in the bag that got stolen, so
Okay.
currently non-existent.
Well, here's your chance.
Oh, okay.
If you'd like to.
I don't know if I've ever done anything specifically like this, but I can try.
He'll give up his seat to Mira and offer the makeup kit to her.
She will do her best. And do you want me to roll something to see how that goes?
Yeah, I just don't know what. How about an int work? God damn!
Oh my god!
Strieg's a pretty
concentrates
princess.
very, very hard, like when you have your tongue sticking out a little bit, and you're like squinting. She does that, and I guess it turns out okay.
It turns out pretty good, pretty damn good. About as good as anything you could imagine, Frey.
Yeah, Frey gives his wholehearted approval, kind of like looking over Mira's shoulder and saying, "Oh, this is good. This is very good. Oh, I don't think anybody would recognize you, Strieg. You're like a whole new person."
I think I should say thanks to that, but I'm not sure.
Why are we disguising you again? I don't know if anyone told me.
people in this town might not like me much.
That's not very nice.
There was a
You seem like a nice person to me.
Thanks.
there was a bit of an issue before we all met up with Streak, so we just want to make sure that he doesn't end up in trouble.
Dead. Very dead.
Yeah.
Although I guess that kind of already happened.
She blinks innocently, and then her eyes. What? Dead?
You know, that's what people do when they really don't like you.
Admittedly, it wouldn't be the
guess
first
so.
time for him in the last week.
This is true. It's been a bad week.
So we're gonna try to keep things quiet, look for a doctor who doesn't ask too many questions, and
someplace
yeah,
to sleep.
Yeah, someplace to sleep. Maybe maybe refresh some supplies. I think we need some rope. I think we learned that the hard way.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure if Cedric is still around, he would help us. I mean, it's very kind, and he would be glad to see me after 11 years. I would hope, at least.
Hopefully we can get things sorted out and get you back in touch with some of your friends.
I hope so. I guess you never really be able to know what someone has done in 11 years.
True.
Alrighty. So, guys, finish up the extreme makeover
Nice.
and finish the last couple hours of your journey. It is getting very cold. And as the golden hour approaches, you can see farms scattered, people moving up and down the road, activity just growing like crazy. Sounds of birds and fishermen and kids near the water. Everything is just very active. It is not long before you see the very tips of the tallest buildings of Fortun Isol. The unmistakable arches and spires of the central hall, chief among them. The sounds of dock workers finishing up and the activity of people getting blackout drunk in the safety of their own cities behind the protection of people who can fight off the dangers of the night. It may not be home to all of you, or even some of you, but compared to what you've been through, the ability to sleep in a bed, prospect of a pillow and no worries of anything killing you in the night is far more than you could ever willingly ask for. Something that is almost without tangible value after a journey like this. And it is here as you walk through the dregs, the most damaged, destroyed, and still unrepaired portions of Fortun Isol, scars of a black sun some 18 years ago. Heading into the heart of the city to find shelter and one Grayson Hoslow. trade in what you risked your life for payment that you can only hope is truly worth it. And with renewed vigor, relaxation, and a chance at something more, proof that you guys can do this. This group truly can overcome the strange and unusual. That we will go ahead and end tonight's session.
All right.
Long outro,
Right.
but I really wanted to, there was something else I wanted to do. I didn't want to end it at Fortun Isol. I wanted to do the big intro, so I kind of did it as an outro.
Yeah.
Next week, you guys are officially back in the city.
Yay.
I'm so excited.
Oh, we get to see all the fun stuff. We get to examine, what was it Streak told Garrett? That he was a serial killer or something?
Or something.
There's a serial
I think he's
killer. There's
clearly
a
out of character. Clearly, he's a hitman, right? Like, I mean, Lee, you don't need to answer, but like to the others, clearly he's a hitman. It's very obvious.
clearly
to me.
he's a hitman.
It
Mira's an
sounded
alien,
like,
and
it sounded to me more like he killed a bunch of people simultaneously.
he's a terrorist?
Really? I that's not what I got, but maybe.
That's how my understanding of it was that it was kind of like a massacre.
He could.
Okay. I mean, I missed that, but
Streak just kicks the door open, crossbow in each hand, and just
starts firing.
drops him, pulls out two more.
He gunned down like a rival gang or something
Yeah.
in the middle of the street, fucking Witcher style. Oh.
Oh, I love the certified streak backstory TM.
Oh. So you have a
That's
terrorist,
Streak, except for
you have
crossbows.
an alien, yeah, we're learning some things, I guess, so.
That's an undead terrorist. Apparently.
okay. I really okay. I have to finish some stuff in the next 2 minutes, so I'm gonna go. 'Cause
All right,
I have
it
till
has
midnight.
been fun. Next week, oh boy. Oh, and you guys avoided your first thing. I'm so proud of you.
I know.
Yes.
You were able to say no to something. You were like, strange altar, not for me. Weird person waving at me,
Yep.
So proud of you guys. We'll see how it goes next week, though.
All right. Thank you
Yeah.
for running.
Alrighty.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for making it tonight, Ronnie. I know you weren't feeling super awesome, and good luck with that exam.
Good luck with everything.
gotta
Next
write.
week, oh boy.
A Darsh there, whatever you're writing.
Will do. Alrighty.
All right.
Good
See
night,
y'all next
folks.
week.
Bye.
Love y'all.
Good night.
Right.
Deuces, friends.